My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025, and we are now on the second day of Clash Squad mode. Yesterday, CS kicked off hot for the first set of teams, but now on day 2, the pressure is building as the end of the day will dictate who will be going in upper and lower bracket of the Swiss stage. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Husky, and we will be bringing all the action all throughout the day.
One of my favorite part of the league is that we get to kind of take a pit stop every now and then, play some Clash Squads, or watch these teams play some Clash Squad for some extra incentives, some extra prize pool and bragging rights. But on top of that is the format. I really enjoy having Swiss round because it means the stakes are so much higher. Teams with 3 wins advance straight to the playoffs, which will be double elims, and all of this fueled by Red Bull. Zinc and vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with zinc, B3 and B6 vitamins, featuring a mild taste that helps players stay highly focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyah victories.
And as I seem as the team is trusting their teams or teammates, the teams are also trusting the energy that they have that Red Bull has to offer. So I'm really excited on what's going to happen because last time we saw or we casted together, it was a long run in Clash Squad mode, but it's a different format. It is the team of the Naruto Shippuden that we have seen, but now we won't get that. It's more of I'm gonna say proper though, but it's more of how Clash Squad will be played all throughout. So I guess that's the best way of putting it. But I'm really excited, especially from yesterday. We've seen a lot of upset, especially for the first match, because we didn't expect that teams will be popping off. Really, like Kagendra taking down RRQ, that's just something else.
It really is. I saw, like, when I came to yesterday and I saw the matchups, I was like, okay, this is probably going to be 2-0, you know, RRQ, Kazu 2-0, WAG is going to win their series for sure. I mean, the BRU and Falcons, right? It's pretty one-sided. And then Kagendra gave us an upset. So I'm looking forward to see if any other teams that haven't played yesterday is going to upset the balance today, because at the end of the entire Clash Squad mode, the champion walks away with 30 grand, and on top of that, grand final MVP gets an extra 3k.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is on top of what they're getting all throughout this season. Because you did mention that this is a good break for the team because we have Battle Royale now, we have Clash Squad mode. But let's rewind a little bit on the tournament timeline. Swiss stage will be happening from the 28th of August up until the 12th of September, and then we head in to double elimination knockout, and that is on the 18th and 19th before we get into the grand finals. And we have longer days now in Clash Squad because we have doubled the number of teams as well. If I'm not mistaken, that was from 18, now we have 16 teams.
Yep, 16 teams, but at the end of the day, the format's still the same, right? We got the holy covenant of competitive Free Fire, whether it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad, one unique active skill per player, so no duplicates unless they somehow able to find it from the cyber drop crate, or in Clash Squad it's going to be from the cyber drop crate, or if not, then you only have a unique skill, right? You can't have double Riptide Rhythm anymore by default, which is exactly what makes this so unique. Like you say, Neptune, we got 16 teams up from 8 teams last time we had this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, real excited. We have 2 days in round 1 that really shakes up what's going to happen in Clash Squad. But just to review, we are going to see two sets of round number 1. And as you can see on our stages or on our bracket right now, yesterday we've seen the 1s and 0s as well as 0-1. This will complete the story for that second half. And today we're going to have Pharaoh, we have Virtus Pro, Evos, Bigatron, PE Sports, Todak, AG Global, as well as GOWS, part of the second half of our first round. And the bracket itself, I know it's quite confusing, but for each match that they win or lose, it will be placing them on those specific parts, and that's their road towards the grand final.
Yeah. And to put it even simpler, you will be classified in the bracket according to your weight class. So a team that is up 2-0 will only face another team that is up 2-0, so that you can't complain that it's unfair, you know, oh, this team is way too strong. Nah, you won your games, now you gotta face the teams that also have won their games. Same goes for those that have dropped their series. If you lose 3 series, you're out. If you win 3 series, you're going to playoffs. And for the opening one between Pharaoh and Virtus Pro, this is the map order. Go from Kalahari, Bermuda, and if we get game 3, we go next era.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you say if we get game 3, because we might be seeing a 2-0 and we won't be able to get to game 3. But Kalahari, one of, I would say, it throws off the tactics being the first map in the game, because most of the time, like, you start building your momentum in Bermuda, and the same goes for Battle Royale. But in Clash Squad, the same story goes, because there's a lot of factors that would, I would say, affect your gameplay, especially if you're starting pistol match in Mammoth, wherein you have high elevation going against those at the bottom, and you don't have the snipers that you need, you don't have the weapons that you need, so it really throws off the game. But I guess there's no waiting anymore. Let's head over to the bans and picks, and Virtus Pro is starting it off. Oh, that is a miss. I thought it was a A124 being banned. This time they take away Zane.
Another Zane ban, a very popular pick nowadays. Very popular and super powerful, right? Just makes you very durable. We've seen Zane plus Cassie. Some people even go so like Zane A124. Very insufferable to deal with. And then as a response, we see that Oscar being banned out. So, you know, glue walls are so important in Clash Squads and they want to keep them up as much as possible. VP with a straight up Santino first pick, which is something that I don't really quite a surprise for me. Usually you would see it in the second phase. You pick a Santino +1, but in this case, Pharaoh, they will just trade Koda, Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of sustainability plus information, but I do agree with Santino, because at some point, like, well, we don't have that much of counter, because Santino is rarely used nowadays, and there's only like a number of tactics that can be used in Santino, well, unless you're a rusher that's using that, but a sniper, most of the time, that is what you pick. But now for Virtus Pro, they have Clue, they have Cassie as well. Again, just a counter pick to what we've seen from Pharaoh's information as well, sustainability. But Cassie and Chrono, well, Cassie needs another person that would be a rusher, so we'll see that later on. I'm expecting a Tatsuya for Virtus Pro, but let's head to Pharaoh. Ignis, vision impaired, Flame Mirage, that's how they use it, so that they can rush in one direction. But let's see what would be the tandem for the final pick. And I can't see anything. They might choose a Tatsuya right now just to avoid or to prevent that, but no, I missed that they don't have anything on that sniper, so Iris will be, I believe, for Expo-C at this point.
Yeah, okay, so...
Or rather, for the sniper for Pharaoh.
It does make sense for that. I mean, I also was thinking of a potential Tatsuya. It was quite a popular choice when Oscar and Zane were not available. At least we based it off of the Ninja Clash Squad that we had, right? The show match that we did together. But for VP, they are going to take the Tatsuya for themselves. So we still end up having a composition that we are pretty familiar with. You know, the Santino Clue in the back, Cassie to support the Tatsuya to kind of start running into Pharaoh. Feels very VP to me, but for Pharaoh, I do like that they have Intel Gatherer with the Koda. Iris sort of does that as well, but most importantly, the Ignis is going to be the biggest difference maker, right? Being able to block a line of sight and have something like a time turner to protect yourself is always going to help you in situations where your opponents want to be in your face.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Pharaoh, they don't have that rush capability, but they do have potential to rush all at once, and that's what's deadly, because in Clash Squad, like, most of the time, if you have Tatsuya, if you have an Oscar, you have one in the front line, but with that Ignis Flame Mirage, everyone can just rush in, and you know that you're protected as well if you have that time turner. So smart move coming from Pharaoh right now. I'm looking at Virtus Pro, who might be sweating at this point, because the usual pick has usual counters, and what we're seeing from Pharaoh right now is not that often, and I guess this is an ace in their sleeve right now.
Oh yeah, I think, you know, just based off of the two teams themselves, when we look at the Battle Royale performance, they are sort of not doing the best. I mean, VP is having a rough time on the Battle Royale stage, and one of the few like criticisms that we've been at least giving them is the fact that the gunfights don't feel the same anymore, right? And it really stemmed from the fact that we no longer have Saming on that squad. He was sort of the pillar that held the team together in these long-range fight. Now the role kind of goes over to Exposy, and then we have Bunjin that is going to be kind of the front, the rusher, or in this case the rifler, but we haven't seen that result translate, and that kind of stemmed from EWC itself. So I do wonder if this Clash Squad is going to be sort of the testing ground for VP to regain confidence so that they can take this forward into Battle Royale.
Yeah, worst part is we're going to see Diamond and Nameless just like rushing against each other without so much of a backup. So hopefully that key factor would be filled in by Virtus.pro. And you have a point. Like with their sniper being changed, the chemistry is quite different. Most of the time they have Overwatch, they have full support from the backline, and that is what the previous sniper Saming was doing. But Exposy, I know there's a lot of factor that he has put in as well, because he can also be in the front line. He can go in the 2-2 split together with Boon James. So that's one thing that they helps in Battle Royale. But in Clash Squad, there's also a silver lining at this point, because if we remember from last time we saw this scene with Virtus.pro, they did win against RRQ Kazu. They lost out in the first one with 6-0, but the following two games they got in 6-5 and 6-4. So this is one thing that Virtus.pro really showed us from the previous season's Clash Squad. But really excited on what's going to happen right now in fall, and the question is, who will fall?
I personally, I think a lot of the chips are going to, surprisingly, probably be on Pharaoh. I think they have definitely proven a bit more just in the recent, 2-3 months. But again, Clash Squad is a different ball game, right? It tests your fundamentals, but at the same time, it also shows how people make these split-second decisions with limited resources to work with. And right off the bat, again, you get those quick shotguns out. We see that Ignis Flame Mirage not really being used to push through the containers, but enough to cut off line of sight.
Yeah, definitely. And they're also putting it, I mean, the timing getting into the edge of those containers just to make sure that they don't get close enough to peek, and they will also be pushed out. But it's a little slow though compared to what we expect. But there goes Jump, taking down Boon James, and the first two has been taken down from Virtus.pro. Diamond goes down as well from the M500, and only one remains. Exposy, that they know is quite in a leverage or elevated position right now, and well, it's just those shotguns that will be used by Pharaoh. And well, won't be surprised, because we did mention that this is a surprise pick that we're seeing from Pharaoh right now, and it seems like it's working in the pistol round.
And two melee takedowns too from Don. And we said that this draft, this composition that Pharaoh has, let's give them some unique angles to formulate an attack, right? The Ignis itself is quite a deterrent towards Virtus.pro, and on top of that, we did say that Pharaoh, they look slightly better overall, and this is based off of statistics before coming into Clash Squad for fall season. So again, in the recent few months, Pharaoh have been looking solid. We head to Mammoth. Thankfully, it's not in round number 1, so at least both teams will have some weaponry to work with. But again, Pharaoh's ability can't drag out the round long enough, and that's something that Virtus.pro needs to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, position-wise, from where Virtus.pro is coming from, that is a good way to really approach this Mammoth map. But we're also seeing a flank being done by Pharaoh right now. Cougar, I believe, is going into the high ground, and a backstab capability might be done. But here comes Boon James right now, taking shots on Sensi. Good thing that he managed to break away. And this one I'm talking about, Dawn just jumped in there and not really expected. Now, let's see if Boon James can be picked up. Diamond has been taken down as well. And Nameless with a double revolver going in for those shots and, well, really turning the table against Pharaoh.
Yeah, Nameless trying to save the day for his team. But in terms of numbers and health bars, Pharaoh still looks a bit healthier, and there's the Flame Mirage. Nameless in with number 3. Nameless, double revolver, finds 2 more knocks. He's in one-man army, and only Cougar left alive. Nameless now has time to patch himself back up, but Cougar swings the corner. And Nameless definitely feeling bad about that one. Almost became a hero, but let his guard down at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, the M1917, this has been used so many times, especially in the second round. But if you're in a losing game, then you can use this because the accuracy is on point. But we did see Cougar try to go for the flank. That didn't work for them. So he just doubled back and made sure that he is not seen as well because he was just going in for a surprise hit before that pickup has been done. So great try being done by Team Fair right now. And versus Pro, I mean, they're looking, the position is looking tough right now for this team.
Yeah. They have done some damage to Pharaoh. Would have been nice if they equalized the round. But it all started when Dawn manages to catch one of VP's members unaware, right? This Flame Mirage again, tossed out. So that forces out another expenditure of the glue wall. Nameless right in front, and Dawn knows this. Jump is ready from behind. Diamond is going to be forced out of position. And that's where the pincer comes in. Nameless needing to survive. But with Cougar picking up Boon Jane, once more Pharaoh in the lead. Jump now takes down Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, despite the connection with that basic therapy, I mean, it's not so much of damage, especially if you're getting hit by 2. Exposé right now trying to heal up, but let's see if they'll be able to recover that quickly. It's a 2v3 situation right now, and we're seeing a level 3 MP5 from the hands of Jump. So this would be deadly, and Dynamo right now just moving in, out in the open. Flame Mirage will damage him a little bit, and he goes down from that MP5, and not so much can be done by Exposé.
Exposé completely blind just now thanks to the Flame Mirage. Will swap places with the Santino, and still is in a 2v1 situation with only 50% health to work with. And the pincer is going to commence from the side of Pharaoh. It's a matter of time before Exposé goes down. Death by the blue or death by hands of the Pharaoh members. Exposé has no choice left to choose. And Pharaoh up 3-0.
Yeah, well, 3-0. Not quite sure what's happening versus Pro, because so far earlier they have good position against Pharaoh, but once that first knock has happened, it just snowballs against Virtus Pro, and even the position or reposition of Exposé right now with that shape splitter didn't do so much. Doesn't have an angle to work with, and there's also little chance for him to go for the clutch. So 3-0. Santa Catarina, let's see if there's something that can be done, especially by Exposé on the snipe, because he does have that AWM now.
Yeah, VP so far have been really struggling in getting information. A lot of this pickoffs was just based off of the fact that they had no idea where Pharaoh members might be at. But just now it might change. They took away Zenzi's health bar. Nameless with the help of Diamond, that's a double up. Kazuya dash can't get this reset with the knock and instantly finds it. And finally VP starts off a round with a lead. A 2v1, the chrono time turn is going to be used. Jump needs help right now and finds it from long range. But Exposé takes out Cougar in the meantime, and VP in control.
Yeah, well, Exposé, good position. And Boon James right now, I don't think anyone is seeing him. He's slowly taking down a few players from Virtus Pro. But, from Pharaoh rather. But let's see though, Diamond needs to recover. Only Dawn remains. Level 3 on MP5 can be going for a clutch, but it's tough though against multiple opponents. And finally, a point would be gathered at this point. And let's see if there's something that can snowball towards Virtus Pro, because seems like it was tough earlier, but now they're getting the groove in CS.
Yeah, good stuff from Exposé, finding that shot onto Cougar. That could have really changed everything. I mean, for Pharaoh, they still are not too far behind. I mean, the economy definitely took a little hit. You get rid of that win streak 3 rounds in a row. We see that their finances tank, the P90 in the hands of Cougar, but still, the advantage that Virtus Pro has is that electrotherapy plus the Rebel Rush does make Nameless 10 times deadlier. But the Flaming Rush doesn't take down the glue wall, at least. The glue wall from Pharaoh is blocking them. They come in from a triple up, and Cougar, he's using health bar. Another Ignis Firewall thrown now, and now they have info where the VP members are. Even Time Turner is committed, but still VP able to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a risky play coming from Nameless right now, but Jump has been taken down, and it is from the hands of Exposé, who is unseen right here, and, well, he has been exposed, and Sensi will try to rush against him, but Sensi being alone against 4 players of Virtus Pro, it'll be tough. A 1v1 on high ground, and let's see if Sensi can survive this. Backstab might be done by Boon James at this point, but there's no pressure overall for Virtus Pro. Sensi Zenzi can take one down, but it is no consolation. They will still win that round.
The back-to-back rounds, Exposy with precise shots to take them to just a one-round difference. You can really see that Exposy is feeling it right now. Upgraded weaponry. And unfortunately for Pharaoh, they're not doing too well. Again, still reeling from round number 4, where they suffered a loss at the hands of Exposy. Now we head to Finery. It's a lot of interesting areas to work with, both in terms of elevation, in terms of all these angles that the teams can't utilize. Zenzi once more takes an little shot, and this time Boon Jane also steps up, and first blood attained.
Well, it is anticipated that one player from that side of Pharaoh can only take 2 of the silos, and if you want to get that elevation. So that's expected, but Nameless right now really carrying the team. 8 elimination already, and 2 to go. Now let's see if Nameless can be that aggressive, but Exposy says, no, I'm going to beat you to it. Only one. Cougar will be caught, but Nameless tries to go for the rush, and the pinch is on Boon James. Will try to break down the glue wall. Not so much can be done, and Nameless for the finisher.
And that's 3 perfect rounds in a row for Virtus Pro. Not dropping a single member. And once more Exposy, that shot for the 3rd elimination was basically the nail in the coffin. I mean, Varo was already not doing well when they lost Zenzi at the start to Boon Jane, but when Exposy is landing shots like these and Pharaoh not knowing where it is, it changes the landscape. And I think Shrine is going to be the same as well. Plenty of open ground to work with, but Exposy has been so diligent in finding these crevices to get his bullets through.
Yeah, I mean, Exposy just doing the job that he is intended to do. As a sniper, getting information, but Boon James a little bit too far from the duo that is in the front line, and Jump will try to go in for the backstab. Exposy will be denied of giving so much of support, but Jump has been taken down by Diamond in that M1887, and Dawn right now goes down as well. Quickly reversed by Virtus Pro. Now 2 players remain, and Zenzi in trouble.
That is extremely weird in how Pharaoh let that round played out. They did have the MO done right. Cougar able to do a 180 onto Diamond. Let's see if we can find Exposy. Okay, Cougar with a clutch at the very end. 6 HP was all he need. Some doubts were casted. Pharaoh had a very weird mid-round management, and they lost 3 members. But sometimes all you need is to be backs against the wall for someone like Cougar to pull. Oh, what a clutch this man has delivered.
Yeah, I mean, a clutch in the swing with that AC 80, bringing his numbers to 9, and even pulling out all those resources against Virtus Pro. So they still have, BP still have economy, and they can play with mid-range or mid-tier weapon, apart from Exposy, who really needs that AWM. But let's see on how they're going to position themselves, because Exposy does have that second floor that would work quite well in this Clash Quad, but Diamond has shots, an angle against Cougar, but misses that shot as well, despite of being connected with that basic therapy. It's tough for him to head on, but Nameless says, no, there's no stopping me in rushing, especially if I have a Trogon that has done the deed in the first few rounds.
Nameless again topped up by the electrotherapy, even using the Rebel Rush to save himself, and now they get a triple up on this compound. Pharaoh able to bring Zenzi back up and finds time to heal. Diamond still finds 1, but Cougar and Dawn responds in kind with a trade of their own. VP losing 2, and now Diamond finds himself in the rough. Dawn with a shot from behind, and it's only just Boon Jane left. There's nothing he could do. Pharaoh now up 5-3.
5-3, and it seems like the MP5 is going for a comeback. I mean, we rarely see this from a previous season because it has been nerfed, but right now it is being used quite well. If I'm not mistaken, some of the players out here are using passive skills as well to help that, but not Cougar, because Cougar doesn't need a fire rate increase. What he needs right now is just a firepower, because they do have a combination of mid to long range weapon, and he is the bomber of the team. But Boon James right here might be in trouble, going for long flank, and Jump might see him as well, but all spread out for Pharaoh, who might be going down. It is Dawn, but a backstab by Boone James with that Max 7.
Yeah, striking when the iron's still hot. Virtus Pro finds a quick lead. Now 4 against 2. Obviously, we saw the Santino clone being sent out by Exposi earlier on. It's just Cougar and Zensi. Of course, Zensi so far 0 eliminations. That high game hasn't really heated up just yet, but on the other end, you have someone like Cougar who managed to save them at round number 7 still. So there is still an opportunity if Cougar can find these isolated targets. And that's why that's why VP are basically stuck together so that they don't give that opening over to Pharaoh.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they can isolate one player and what they're doing with Sensi right now, they will take advantage of that, not giving them that clutch potential. But Exposi, a little bit in too deep right now, and that Coda would expose their position. But what can they do though? You have information, but not so much a shot. And Sensi is also in the crosshairs of Diamond, but Exposi goes down from the hands of Cougar, and that's how deadly Cougar is right now with that MP5. But Sensi also goes down, especially as those 3 shots coming from Diamond. 1v3 situation. It's tough, but it seems like Cougar's trying, but not so much.
That almost looked ugly. I mean, you gotta give props to Zensi. He held his ground for longer than VP wanted. I think if he was able to get the elimination on the Boon Jane, this story would be a lot more different. It would have come down to a 1v2, but still, Pharaoh, match point. Just need one more to send them up 1-0 in this best of 3. They had a strong start. VP recovered strong, and then Pharaoh pulled off the clutch of the day thus far, at least in the opening series of day 2 of Clash Squad. Back to Mammoth we go.
And this is where Mammoth is at its peak, because all the weapons is available, they have economy, and well, let's see on who's taking advantage, because earlier it was Pharaoh who had a good chance of winning the fight, but the clutch did happen. And Jump right now just leading the fray, providing that distraction, and it seems like the copy of the Time Turner didn't work that well, and Nameless managed to take him down. Sensi also being spotted, and there comes the rush and the 180. Only a sliver of health, but he still goes down. It is Nameless. Oh no, it was a confirm on the other side. Sensi's still alive, and finally, there you have it. I got a little too excited there, Husky.
Yeah, and I was wondering what was Pharaoh's plan. I thought they would spring into action at some point, but this round felt like there was no resistance at all. VP have completely recovered, and now we are at sudden death. Essentially, both teams at match point. This is a clean Mammoth round, but also due to the inaction of Pharaoh. Of course, they got picked off left, right, and center. But I thought they would get a lot more proactive when VP sprung into action.
Yeah, it seems like the plan earlier for the first instance of Mammoth, it is scrappy, but it did work. They tried to replicate it, but not so much, not so much close, not too close to what they did, because they don't have the weapon earlier. But now we are back to Refinery, and we've seen this before. Those are crossing in from the silos into the satellite will be the ones going down. It's a good thing that they have 2-2 split right now. Just to make sure if a sniper goes down first, they have recovery that is waiting for them.
And this was a map, or at least an area, that VP dominated Pharaoh. At least the first time they met here. The Ignis Wall finally gets thrown through. Flame Mirage it is. Woon James taking a big shot to the dome. Exposi once more. Just finding the right targets. And with Cougar down, that's your ace of Pharaoh removed from the equation. Whew.
Let's see though, Exposi might have a shot, even with that elevation. There's not so much that you can do because Moko has been triggered and he knows your position. 2 down already for Pharaoh. VP now working with 3, and Nameless can go for the backstab. Dawn, sliver of health, no recovery, or little recovery, but there we have it. Nameless just jumped through, and another one, and Virtus Pro wins the first round.
Fantastic stuff from Virtus Pro. Despite a start where give Pharaoh a momentum, we had plenty of great moments. But for Virtus Pro, it's not about the clutches, it's about clean and precise execution. We saw them make that 0 3 run with 3 perfect rounds in a row, and then they just woke up. The engines have been warmed up, they are well oiled, and Virtus Pro really showing us that they still have it, right? They still have it in these kind of combats. I gotta give props. Exposy showed up big time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Exposy doing the deed that is assigned for him, and he's doing it quite well. Not only is inputting the damage, but information is quite important for Clash Squad as well, especially in Kalahari, wherein there's a lot of covers, and it depends on which part of the map, if you have elevation or not, but this is what we are looking for. The first map was Kalahari, where I did mention that it's tough if it starts from there, but they just went in a longer run, or just went in on 11 rounds, and those rotation was taken advantage by either team. It just so happened that Virtus Pro managed to end it just like that with 3 men strong from that final moment.
Yeah, and just again, great stuff from Virtus Pro. This does change things a little bit, right? Now the question is whether Pharaoh can recover, right? Like how is the mentality of Pharaoh? Can they come back into round 2? Considering that we are going, I believe, to Bermuda, and then we end up on Xterra if we go to map number 3, where both teams, they do struggle, at least based on Battle Royale statistics. So now the ball is in Pharaoh's court. MVP though for game 1, of course, Exposy, which really started the chain reaction for Virtus Pro to start taking dubs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where, again, information gameplay, apart from the skill, as long as you have a good sniper that adapts well to how your rusher as well as your midliner is working, then this would give you that dub. It's tough because it's quite slow compared to what we expect Virtus Pro is going to do, but it's good as well that Exposy has experience on the front line as well as at the back line, and he just puts himself in that position either way. And even if it is him alone, he can go for a possible or a potential clutch, but no surprise as well that Cougar has done so much. 11 elimination. It's just that Sensi, who's trying to do what Exposy is doing, it's just for the assist and not so much of opening to go for that confirmation. So hopefully it changes for round number 2 for Pharaoh to give them another point and extend it to game number 3.
Yeah, and again, this is quite lopsided in terms of statistics, at least for Pharaoh's side, right? And not to take anything away from Zensi, but when we want to talk about impact, then he needs to step up a little bit. The assists are good, of course, but you also need to deliver some knockdowns and eliminations on your own. So if you look at the disparity itself, maybe if Zensi has 1-2 eliminations extra, from that base number of 0, it probably would have won this round instead, but we'll never know since VP made that comeback. We'll see if they can recover on Bermuda.
Now let's see though, on Bermuda, there's plenty of area to play with in this map, in this area, in terms of Clash Squad. So if I'm not mistaken, there's Observatory, we have Rimnam Village, we have Clock Tower, Factory, Mars Electric, Bimasakti, we have Katuwastiwa Shipyard, as well as that dam. And I'm only talking about half of it. There's still another half, Peak, Puccino, Mill, Cape Town, as well as Sentosa. So Bermuda offers a lot, and I don't think anything anything similar to what we've seen in Kalahari would happen, because there's little chances of repeat, even if they bring it to all 11 rounds.
I mean, we get sudden death for our very first map, which is very exciting already. I didn't expect us to go all the way, but again, it's up to Pharaoh to adjust coming into Bermuda, because they have such a strong start, right? They have strong start, they have good moments, but sometimes, as much as people like the clutch, they like the highlight reels, it's the consistency that brings people across the finishing line. And for Virtus Pro to keep up the playstyle, I think both teams have very unique approaches to their compositions, and they did it as flawlessly as they can. But what made the difference were the snipers of both teams. It was Cougar popping off, and then it was Exposy popping off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that is very crucial, especially for those playing ranked in Clash Squad. If you're a proficient sniper, go ahead and find your spot, but make sure that you're not too far away, because we've seen a lot of failures happening if your sniper is too far away, and if the rest of the team goes down, or even your midline goes down, there's a little to no chance that you can go for pickup. So that's one down already for the team. But let's see though if they can do that. And Pharaoh taking out Cassie. So removing, I believe it was Nameless. Removing Nameless out of that list of providing that support, and even Oscar has been banned once again.
This time the Zane is open. Is Pharaoh gonna snatch it? So I think if they do, then maybe we are looking at a Santino clue, the Cassie as well. But Pharaoh takes a different approach with the Coda. And now Cassie Zane feels very nice. I mean, VP wants to double up on the aggression. Cassie Zane, you maybe get a Tatsuya if you're lucky, might just do the trick.
Let's see though if they can do for that combination, but I don't think they will be letting go of what they picked earlier in terms of some of the skills. So Virtus Pro did manage to get a Tatsuya as well as Clue, but they prioritized and Santino, and that's what Expo did earlier. And well, Tatsuya might be a pick right now. You don't want to let that go. But they might also be going Steffi. Not quite sure what this idea here. But remember earlier, they almost chose Steffi but switched Tatsuya. But no, it's going to stick. So they didn't want to deal with any throwables at this point.
Yeah, so I think that also does bode well. And Pharaoh has plenty of choices too, right? Tatsuya, again, we talk about something like the Chrono. Forgot that the Cassie was banned out. There's the A124, which definitely has shifted away from the meta. It's more of an Indonesian team thing now, but even then they go for something like, they rather go for Ryder or Homer right, than the 124. So we get the Zane Chrono for Pharaoh. A lot of durability in that front line.
Well, let's see though. I mean, this is a great comeback because we've seen so many times that Sane has been picked a lot and managed to give a win for the team. But also going into the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, this is the most banned active skill. Sane as well as Oscar. So let's see if this is something that can be countered by Virtus Pro. But I have little to no idea what they can use because they can put in the Clue. They don't have that Cassie. They can also go for probably an Iris, but they already have that Santino for Expo C. So there goes Ignis. Well, they're trying to pull that away from Virtus Pro and Tatsuya. So not quite sure why the delay, but probably they are sure that they can use that Tatsuya towards the latter pick.
I think it's still completely fine. At this time, they are trying to turn the tables onto Pharaoh. Again, Pharaoh, they don't really have any sort of in-your-face sort of ability, at least nothing into the capacity of Tatsuya. But the main difference is that VP have no access to the Cassie this time around. So you can't just blindly run into Pharaoh and expect to be topped up like the previous round. But they do facilitate that with something like an Ignis, which is something that we saw, Pharaoh kind of utilized in the earlier rounds of the previous map. It's just that VP managed to really deal with that Ignis Flame Mirage and give Exposy the opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough to call, but it seems like Pharaoh has a stronger point in terms of active skills in this game because we don't have the Cassie, and we know how Nameless is very dependent on the Scassi. Nameless and Diamond very dependent on the Scassi. So, and there's not so much of cover as well that can be pulled right now. If in case Virtus Pro could have taken that Time Turner or a Chrono, then or just let go of Steffi, use a Time Turner, they have a better chance to step in front of your opponent, and then just a combination of Tatsuya and Time Turner would help you get those initial picks. But It's tough to say. It seems like Pharaoh is stronger this round.
It definitely feels like it. Again, very durable, great defensive capabilities. We said that in the previous round, and they had a strong draft, but VP outwitted them, right, in terms of the gunfights alone. So again, we'll see if VP they can close this out 2-0. It is going to be a dig, kind of a dig at Pharaoh, you know, and a big statement from Virtus.pro, which again has been receiving quite some doubts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Virtus.pro, let's see on what they can do right now. And the game's about to start. Once again, for those of you who's just joining in, we just completed Kalahari for first round. Virtus.pro just won that game. Now we're going to jump into Bermuda, and it seems like Pharaoh has a plan to really extend this, stretch this to game number 3. But we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. Virtus.pro still, I believe there's still those aggression gameplay that they can put up that could surprise Team Pharaoh despite of the strong active skill build-up that they have right now.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing, we're basically seeing the fact that, you know, both teams, they have quite a superstar, right? At least we base it off of round 1. They are players that are basically popping off already, and if we take that as a point of reference and see if both teams are going to focus on that star player, right, like on that strong point, the crux of the enemies, or maybe press on the weak point. In this case, in Pharaoh, we know that Zensi was the one that needs to step up a bit, and we know that if VP shuts down Cougar, suddenly the tables turn. But for Pharaoh's side, they can shut down Exposy. I think we are going to get a similar kind of a swing of the pendulum.
Yeah, I mean, if they can start off with Exposy, there's not so much of challenge. I believe not so much of challenge between Nameless or Unnameless and Diamond because of the loss of that Cassie. Again, we've seen that so many times, but now they have been denied of it, and let's see on how it would work for Virtus.pro. Cougar already in the flank, and we've seen this on the first round, but that was in Kalahari. Right now, up close and personal, we might be seeing a 1v3 situation. Dawn for the flank, but the shots did land, but Exposé M500, and this is what I'm talking about. You needed accuracy on Clash Squad, and as well as Nameless going in for the slice and dice.
What was that from Exposy? That is some nasty shot that he just landed. Right off the bat, Virtus.pro takes out the backbone of Pharaoh. And unlike the previous map, we don't start with shotguns. Now it's proper pistols to work with. And a great Flame Mirage to allow VP to run a forward jump. Had no chance, and it's only Dawn alive. But stood, again, no opportunity to take anyone down. Virtus.pro a clean round 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have all players. Whatever they grabbed from those dead bodies in Pharaohs will be on them right now. But that site really deadly, especially in the pistol round. And I'm quite surprised that Pharaoh, well, probably it's because of first knockdown is against them. So that is why they didn't focus on the airdrop, wherein they have a capability to balance or equalize the number or even more. But let's see though, Nameless still have that site, and they're going in for a 1-2-1 split compared, or rather 1-3 split compared to Pharaoh, who's going in on a 1-2-1 split. Sensi a little bit too far, but does have a deagle. And jump right now can be that distraction that can give opening for Sensi, but no, Dawn a little bit in too deep. Nameless try to go in for the shot. Jump right now, he is needed, but nowhere to be found. And there goes first blood, but the knockdown would be doubled for Virtus.pro.
That smoke grenade somehow allowed Dawn to survive longer than he should have. But even despite his best efforts and a bit of a smoke screen from Pharaoh, Virtus.pro still saw through their tricks. And that's one method from Pharaoh that they tried to use against VP, remove from the equation. I did like the approach, right? Dawn with a bit of misdirection, Cougar got first blood, but at the end of that, Virtus.pro still won the round. So it does leave you wondering, what does Pharaoh have left up their sleeves, right? Like, they come into round 3, they're not gonna have much economy to work with, especially in terms of the weaponry, so Virtus.pro definitely have an advantage.
Let's see though, I mean, what Pharaoh can do is we can have Sensi on the far right going for the flank and then just sticking together for the first 3. But Don, once again, peeling away from formation. And Cougar and Jump can take down Boone James, but it's just like 1v2 on both sides, and Don might be on the losing end unless we will see Boone James goes down, and there you have it. Diamond managed to take down Cougar though, and another shot, but unfortunately he goes down, and only Don remains, the sole survivor right now who managed to sneak onto that airdrop, but not so much a point against Virtus.pro.
Absolutely popped Pharaoh this round. Not even a contest. Once more, it's just gunfight, right? Of course, we are seeing the abilities being used, but at the end of the day, a majority of these rounds are decided by Virtus.pro straight up winning 1v1s against Pharaoh. Really showing that the, I wouldn't say skill gap, but it's just in terms of the firepower that Virtus.pro brings. Nameless and Boone James still deathless this entire match so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, do agree with that. And it stacks up even more every time they win the game. And Fair right now, I mean, they're like eating out of their economy. Now, Jump is the one in front. And this is the questionable part for Pharaoh. There's always one in front instead of having a duo or just wait for that opportunity against Virtus.pro, because they know for a fact that without Nameless Cassie, they will need more manpower. And there you have it. Exposing managed to take down Cougar though on the long shot. But let's see if Boone James can also equalize this. There's not so much that can be done for a pickup. And Dawn once again being shot at. MP5 from both sides. And there goes a backstab from Expose. Now, it is a 2v4 situation. And even Jump will try to go for the rush or for the clutch. But only a few HP remaining.
And the rest of VP are just going to come in and box him in. Zenzi once more left alive to pick up the pieces, and Virtus.pro 4-man strong. Another flawless round. VP, they are on a roll.
Oh, they are on a roll indeed. And again, we questioned, we doubted. I guess this is the answer for Virtus.pro. Don't doubt us that much. We have something in play and on plan. And one thing I would say is they know that, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing them in Clash Squad, but they're coming from the same region. So it seems like they do have information on how to play against a Pharaoh, and it goes both ways. But, well, let's see though. Momentum is on Virtus.pro. They have 4 points already. Full economy and still trying to go for that airdrop. Now let's see if Pharaoh will try to steal away against Nameless, because it's tough. Steffi has been fucked, and well, there's not so much of utility as well coming from Pharaoh. So I think this time that Steffi being activated is a little bit waste, but I guess this is a chance as well for Nameless to pull in those players for an opening for either Diamond or Expose.
Yeah, Diamond is just going straight in, right? We saw a couple of utilities being thrown out, and Diamond makes it count. Zenzi goes down. There is the smoke grenade as well, so Diamond gets saved for now. Cougar takes him down. Maybe this is the time for Cougar to clutch again. If there's any moment, you gotta do it before match point gets achieved by VP. Boone James repositions, finds the knock, and the Rebel Rush refresh. Boone James with the 3rd rush in a row. Finally, Cougar puts it to a stop. It's him and Nameless. Around the corner, Cougar does it again. We need a clutch, and Cougar delivers.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he did. And that's from a Mag 7. Once again, we've seen that earlier. We know Cougar can go for long range, even up close and personal. MP5, that's one of the favorites that we are seeing from Virtus.pro. But Mag 7, how deadly it is up close and personal, we know how accurate Cougar can be. Now, they have turned the tables for one round. They will have that momentum, but looking at economy as well as weapons being pulled out of Virtus.pro, they don't want to happen again. 1-3 split right now for Pharaoh, going against 2-2, but most of them are heading in the same direction. So Nameless and Diamond needs a little bit of help. Flame Mirage right now just damage some of the players of Pharaoh and probably expose them if they get hit with those with that Flame Mirage. But Nameless and Diamond, both on a shotgun, not getting too close, not getting too deep, and that's smart move against Jump and Dawn.
Oh yeah. At least for VP, again hit the jackpot with a takedown onto Cougar at the cost of Diamond. Exposy still running rampant. When you look at the elimination count, again, only Cougar and Jump with any sort of that under their belt. Dawn and Zenzi is still struggling to find any sort of avenue, anything that enables them to push an advantage, push for an advantage in this case. But for Virtus Pro, Zenzi actually getting tagged twice, Nameless somehow with the shrapnels. Just grazed him a little bit, and now is in the front of the house.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Boon Jane, potential for backstab. Jumping in. Time Turner being pulled out. And there it goes up close and personal. But Nameless managed to go in for a trade. Then you have it. Sensi, final player from PR or Pharaoh, will be taken down. Now momentum will be shifting back to Virtus Pro, and I would say that Mag 7 is becoming deadly, but M590 less being used, but you can see how great it is if you get that shot.
Very close. Zenzi had a chance to make it his moment, but once more fell short. 0-6, really not getting anything going for himself, unfortunately. And now Virtus Pro at the cuffs of a 2-0, had a shaky Map 1, but Map 2 looked all Virtus Pro. The Polar Bears here to claim the win. Another smoke grenade courtesy of Diamond. Followed up by Ignis Flame Mirage, making things even harder. And look at that, right in front of Dawn. Now he gets nothing.
It's tough though. I mean, Dawn is always in the same place, and it's expected, and that also translates to what's coming up in terms of the numbers, in terms of the KDA. But let's see if there's something that Dawn and Jump can do. A little bit in too deep against Nameless. Oh, hack and dice, and there you go, getting hacked by Nameless on that site, and well, Jump follows suit. Now it is a 2v4 situation. And not so much can be done by Cougar and Sensi because they are split up, and Sensi couldn't get up close as well to Boon James. So it seems like another loss, and Virtus Pro would get this series.
Yeah, Pharaoh have a lot to think about. Clearly, the strong start that they had was just not enough to bring them any sort of victory, right? Like, I think even some of the fans might agree. We come into this expecting Pharaoh to put up a good fight. In fact, my odds were in favor of Pharaoh. But at the end of this, it felt like it's only Cougar that was able to really bear the burden. Everyone else was struggling. Not to mention when someone like Exposy was on his prime. He was playing the game, you know, as if it's his last. And then it started spilling over to the rest of the team, and they come online. Virtus Pro really was unstoppable in this first series.
Yeah, definitely unstoppable at this point. Again, they have, for Pharaoh, they have good chance, especially in the active skill department. But it's just unfortunate that they couldn't use it in perfect timing. There's not even A124 to prevent them from using it. But the question is the position. I keep seeing Dawn live into deep, and Jump is too far from Dawn compared to what we see Nameless and Diamond has been doing. No Cassie, no problem, as long as they know that they have like less chances of recovering, and they were cautious, they were careful. But the plan as well as the formation doesn't change for them. Thus, they're quite familiar for that, and they know how to recover as well. And I guess that's the strength of Virtus Pro from that series.
I think it's again very well executed from Virtus Pro in the way that they took on that series. Off to a slow start, but the way that they started cleaning up rounds afterwards, especially on map number 2, Bermuda, was just perfection, right? Rounds were, majority of the rounds were pretty clean, and even when it got scrappy, they were able to be the one that comes out on top in these 1v1s. That is going to push them into the 1-0 bracket. Again, Exposy matched MVP this time with even more eliminations compared to game 1. He got 7 on Kalahari, and he got 9 on Bermuda.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Exposy has exposed what Clash Squad can do for Virtus Pro, and well, he's just putting up a name for himself, because we know how it is. Replacing Saming as part of Virtus Pro as a sniper is tough. That is a high bar to reach for Exposy, but he's doing it slowly but surely, and Clash Squad like this move in Clash Squad is one way of showing that he has what it takes to be that. Now, let's see though if they can continue on the following round, but that will be another day because right now, they will be moving into the 1-0 bracket. And there, they will be pushing Team Pharaoh to the 0-1. But we have a few more matches left. We have Evos as well as Bigatron right now. And what I love about this thing is we are seeing two Civil War back-to-back. Compared to yesterday, they started with Indonesia against Indonesia and then ended with Vietnam against Vietnam. But now we're going to see Evos and BTR, and we know how Evos play. BTR, not so much because we seldom see them in Clash Squad.
Yeah, and that's what makes it exciting. Well, if we say Evos in Clash Squad, the one person that has played Clash Squad way before he was even in Evos, it's Russia. He's been playing Clash Squad since fun matches, and he was definitely kicking some butt back then. It would be pretty exciting to see him now playing for something at stake. But congratulations, VP up in the 1-0 bracket. They will be joining the likes of Falcons, BRU, WAG, Kagendra. I think Kagendra, they are in the big boy league, of course. And they're the only team so far in the 1-0 bracket that has dropped a single map that went 2-1 in the series. The rest all 2-0. VP, they got RQ, Kazu, Team Flash Heavy, and Onyx Olympus to worry about.
Well, let's see though, because we are going to hear from the winners as well. Now, hopefully, this is something that can open our eyes and ears as well to what Virtus Pro has done to be this way in Clash Squad. And this could be a motivation as well for the other teams, as you did mention, those losing out are probably those who are going to go for the next match. But let's head over to the interview right now and hear what they have to say. So let's bring it on.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview session, and here we are with Exposy from Virtus Pro. สวัสดีค่ะ
ครับ
Alright, so the first game we have to talking about that because the team of the Pharaoh is the one who got the match point first. But VP, such a good performance from them that can come back and get that map first. So let's ask him that how do they get that comeback and what is the point that make them get that point โอเคก็เกมแรกเราโดนนำไปก่อนแล้วเขาขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์กันด้วยสำหรับฟาโรตอนนั้นเราทำยังไงบ้างเราถึงได้คัมแบ็กกลับมาค่ะ
ก็เชื่อมั่นทีมครับเซ็นให้ได้ไวๆครับจะได้กลับมาชนะได้ครับ
So I trust my teammate and when we have a fight we kind of reset have a good reset and then we just come back to get that win. Alright, let's go to the second question. So, Exposy, you are the one who got the MVP 2 in the row. How do you feel about that? เราได้ MVP 2 ครั้งเลยใน2 เกมรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับถ้าได้รอบชิงอยู่ดีวันนี้ครับ
So I'm really happy to get that MVP, but if I got the MVP in the final, in the next match is gonna be better than this. Alright, let's go to the last question. So now you already won the Pharaoh. Which team that you wanna play against next time? ทีมไหนที่มีแบบอยากจะเจอเป็นพิเศษไหมในรอบหน้าค่ะ
อยากเจอบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงป้อนคุง
So I wanna play against Buriram United Esport because I wanna shoot to Watsana. Let's see that they will face each other or not and who's gonna win. So we're gonna have a short break before go back to the tournament. So see you.
Double kill. Triple. Double kill. Double kill.
Kita udah mempersiapin buat clash squad nanti. Tunggu aja nanti kejutan-kejutannya.
Main lebih disiplin lah dan konsisten. Emang kita nerapin disiplin itu buat ke semua tim, bukan cuman ke BTS. Udah pasti kalah sih memang merekanya. Udah nothing tulus mereka.
Gak ada sih, semuanya sama aja. Sama-sama cupu.
Raur.
Gua 2, dia 0. Iya. Bosan ngelawannya, menang mulu kan. Buat PTR, main dulu yang benar. Kagak ada yang benar. Ya.
Robotnya rusak tuh, kurang baut.
Iya.
Kagak, orang udah karatan semua juga itu.
Kalau dari gua nggak ada persiapan sama sekali lah kalau buat lawan Ipos. Ibaratnya kayak ya ade-adean. Nggak peduli mau juara WC, mau juara apa.
Kita nggak ada persiapan, nggak ada strategi, kita tinggal main aja. Kita lihat nanti aja di gimana harinya nanti.
Nggak ada sih. Lebih takut kalau Kyo ngamuk. Rata tuh Epos. Satu tangan bisa kali.
Dua sama. Iya, dua sama. Iya, kalau bisa ya kita bercanda aja, kalau kita serius Kyong doang.
Ya buat EVOS tunggu aja Bigetron nanti. Ya jangan buat Keong marah lah. Hati-hati macannya mau dikandangin.
Welcome back, folks, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall Season Clash Squad Day number 2 of this week. It's Husky alongside Neptune. Gentlemen, we are done with the first series. Virtus Pro coming out on top over Pharaoh 2-0. Moving forward, it's going to be EVOS taking center stage up against BTR.
Yeah, let me correct myself. We've seen BTR as well on Clash Squad. It's just unfortunate that they lost 2 series from the previous season against WAG as well as Team Falcons. But hopefully all those losses would be learning experience for Bigatron now that they are facing EVOS. Now, a team coming from the same region and a team that has a strong, I would say, front and back line in Clash Squad. So that's one thing, or the 2 things that they need to deal with apart from the active and passive skills that they're going to use in game.
Yeah, not only that, we also have Red Bull, Zinc, and Vitamin from Thailand, right? We got Zinc, we got B3, we got B6 Vitamin to make sure that our players are always topped up. So Bigatron, they learn from their previous losses. They take a can of Red Bull, they chug it down, and I think they're gonna be ready to get some stylish booyahs up against EVOS, whose players actually, well, one of the players, their Wonder Kid, has been actively participating way before Clash Squad was in the competitive pool. He's been showing up in show matches, 4 or 5 years ago. He's beating everyone else when he was like, 10 years old. And now he's on this stage and he's about to truly beat them officially for some prize money.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully something changes well for EVOS Divine, because we've seen that in the previous Clash Squad that we saw them play, Rasia is always in the back line, no support overall, and yes, he does have clutch potential, but it's tough for him to go against opponent up close and personal or on those CQCs. But before we go there, we have our maps right now. Starts off with Nextera, followed by Bermuda, and if we go to the 3rd round, it would be in Kalahari.
Yeah, so a completely different rotation, or the main one being map 1 and 3 is now different. Nextera start. This in Battle Royale, I would say it's a BTR playground, but we'll see if Nextera is going to be the same, right? These 2 teams have history, of course, not just in the local league, but the competition was closest between these 2 when we were at EWC, where Vitality was the one who stopped EVOS from winning the entirety of the Grand Finals in round 8, and then in round number 10, it was them, Bigatron by Vitality against EVOS Divine in the final circle, in the final 4v4 to determine who gets the crown. Obviously, EVOS came out on top, but ever since then, this has been a closely observed, bout between the 2 teams.
Well, a great revenge mission for Bigatron right now. If in case they will be able to do so, because Clash Squad is different compared to how we see it in Battle Royale. But as you mentioned, the scenario is a 4v4, the final 4v4, which is similar to how we work it on Clash Squad. So let's see though if Nextera would be that will be the winning ground for Bigatron this time around. Potential of where they will be playing, I would say everything apart from Grab Labs would be similar. Because Grab Labs throws off, even if you know your position, you have great position as well as great rotation, that increase in jump height and delayed drop would give you, it would throw off a lot of those shots. So let's see if this is something that they can prioritize later on. But before we go there, we're going to go in for the back end picks as well. Now, we know that Rasia is very proficient in using that Santino. So if it's Bigatron who will be banning, hopefully they can ban out that Santino. But for EVOS, I believe they will start to go with a ban of Cassie. No! What? They took out Santino, so they don't want that to even go to Bigatron's side.
Wow, that is very interesting. So that means that Russia has something up his sleeves. I would assume they are going to be giving him something like Iris, or maybe man, I think it's a ban out. Probably Iris, I guess. That's the next one I can think about. And well, BGR takes Iris, right? That is the next best pick. So now you have 2 crucial sniper picks that is eliminated. I think EVOS probably saw this coming from a mile away. This just got a whole lot interesting. We might be pivoting towards a more aggressive, a more frontline centric drafting phase. Oscar, Zane, Cassie, Tatsuya, they are all open.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Oscar has been picked by Evos, and if I'm not mistaken, it might be Coach Shield who would be wearing that Oscar. Now let's see on what will be picked for Bigatron. And well, again, a lot of open picks. I don't have any view of what they can use, but I'm pretty sure Tatsuya for a counter against Oscar, and we know how Indonesians are playing as well. They can bring in that Steffi or probably the Sane that everyone is always eyeing for. So there goes the Tatsuya. And second pick, would it be a Cassie though? It's also a crucial pick if you have a Tatsuya and a Cassie together.
Yeah, Tatsuya Cassie is very straightforward too. I mean, no other teams have been actively practicing the Oracle special, right? The rider last pick. So, I mean, it could be a possibility considering the fact that we literally have, lesser snipers and everyone wants to rush into their opponent's face. So, Chrono Tatsuya for BTR, Zane for EVOS, of course. Do they take a Cassie? I mean, it does sound pretty nice.
Let's see on what would be the second pick, or the third pick rather, a Homer. All right. A124 is potential to provide more compared to the Homer, but I guess like if you have that on already and then you activate it, at least it will give you more information as well. And well, that stun capability, the Senses Shockwave. Now we have Koda and Cassie. Well, it was delayed, but at least they bring it on. So, well, we're seeing Tatsuya and Cassie in the front line. Mid line would be Chrono and Koda. Not quite sure who would be the Koda right now. Probably in a sniper, so at least you would have information if anyone gets near on it.
Another approach is that the Chrono could be the sniper, right? Some players have done that before. Provides you some protection from long range as well, so you essentially just win out sniping fights due to the fact that you can protect yourself with the dome. The Homer for Evo is not too big of a surprise there. The Ignis as well, I kind of like it. Even though you have a Chrono, if the Ignis just throws a wall in front of you, you really can't do too much about that. Again, a very interesting approach from the side of the two Ignis squads. I did not expect the two bands to come out to be Iris and Santino.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they are preventing the snipers from doing anything. And they know that Evos has Rasia on them. So if they took out Santino, the next pick would be that Iris. And they don't want that to happen as well. So I guess it's more of counter being done by Bigatron. And let's see though. Let's see what Chris Joe has in mind with this. I'm seeing potential in their active pick. For Evos though, it's in there, but I kind of put my finger on what is wrong with what they have, because they have frontliners already. They have Flame Mirage. That Homer pick though, I guess that is what's throwing me off, because we seldom see that Homer pick in the combination just like this with Oscar and Zane already.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, for BTR, we could sort of figure out who is going to be on what character, but for EVOS, I don't know, like who. Again, I quote you on Oscar. But who's gonna be on Russia Homer? I guess that doesn't make sense, right? I can't put my finger on it, honestly. Hey, who knows? We just say that what separates a great and a good and a great sniper is someone that can play close range too. Maybe Russia just decided to say, I'm gonna ditch that long range fight. I will run at you.
Well, it is. I mean, it's something that we keep telling Rasia to do. Like, always be in the mix with the teammates, unless you're a full squad. So, just don't get too far. As long as you can get like mid lane or rather mid line together with your rifler, then you will be able to do so. Now, let's see though on who's picking who. Homer. That would be for Rasia, Aimgod on Zane, and Coach Shield on Oscar, and Ray for Ignis. Now, Hyung, Koja, and Dix, and Juan as well, respectively for Cassie, Koda, Tatsuya, and Chrono. So I'm expecting a little bit of aggressive rush from BTR right now, especially if they have that first round, the pistol round. This is where all those skills can put into play that can snowball to their momentum.
Yeah, I mean, for BTR, right, when we came into the fall season, the first thing that we didn't really expect was this team to go to do a bit of a roster shuffle, right? Like, you know, Juan coming in and then Vice is now out of the roster, even though I do feel like they should have given it another go. But either way, the fact that BTR are coming into this and deciding that we're not going to play any long range, I mean, it's a double rush or common. The only difference is that for EVOS, they have that bomber sniper role, but for BTR, they're playing with the support, right? They have Deeks to support Juan and Kyung, and that's the interesting part, because usually it would be Kyung and Deeks together, but right now I wonder how the dynamics has shifted if BTR truly is the team that actually wants to be the one in EVOS' face.
Sida, I mean, it is potential that they will not give any opening for EVOS right now to utilize their sniper, which is Rasya, and he's also pulling away from that role. So it's counter against counter, and Rasya right now just warming up. Not quite sure how would that help as a sniper, pulling out those arrows, shadow arrows. So let's see though. I guess they are set right now. A little bit of surprise though in terms of picks, but we love surprises. We love these surprises and what they can do right now, but we'll have to see, because both teams coming from the same region, you know, there's something in mind, there's something in the plan coming from their coaches as well as the team.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's good to see EVOS. They are in high spirits, right? They are very relaxed, and that's kind of what you want from a team. You know, obviously there is going to be the pressure of competition when you compare the scale of Clash Squad and Battle Royale. Clash Squad definitely is more of the side quests, but you know, being able to keep the spirits up after you know, such a long day where they had to be there early, you know, get the scrims going. It's not easy even for, you know, the youngest of players. And in this case, I think being younger and inexperienced, it could impact the team negatively. And you know, Russia's rise to fame has been quite a tale to tell within the span of less than 8 months, 7 months in fact, he became a world champion. And that's why right now everyone is wondering what's the next step for EVOS, how much further can they go?
Yeah, and here we go, Husky trying to boost my morale right now, just dissing the younger generation, the younger age players, because he knows that I'm not like, I've been there, done that. But I do agree though, I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of thought that needs to be done. All that energy, especially for the youngins right here. Yeah, it's being brought in by Red Bull, but they need to be careful as well. They need to be cautious, and all those comes with experience. And we've seen these players already, especially for EVOS Divine. I mean, they have experienced defeat in Clash Squad from before, and we would love to see more of how they will rise, and this is the first step. But again, whoever falls on a 1-0-0-1, it's not over. You did mention that you need 3 elimination to be taken out of this Clash Squad competition, so there's plenty of chances for the team. It's tough though, because you will have longer runs later on, more matches later on, as well as more probability of losing out, especially as like the most number of rounds in a series that you get, the most chance that your tactic will be read by your opponent.
Well, and on top of that, the maximum we get at least here is 33 rounds max, right? Considering if that's assuming if every single map goes the distance into sudden death. But we have seen it happen, you know, every now and then. And usually we've seen like some miraculous comebacks. I remember when Fluxo played WAG at the show match for the Naruto collaboration. We saw how Fluxo completely dropped the ball 2 maps in a row. So it is possible. Kagendra also made quite a run yesterday against RRQ Kazu. Who's to say that we won't see that today?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'd love to see those surprises. Again, surprises is what something that makes things more exciting. Now, I guess the teams are ready. All those cheers and even talks right now coming from their coaches They're just waiting for the battle to begin. But for those of you watching right now, guys, this is the second series of second day for the first round of Clash Squad mode. So this dictates who else will be part of that 1-0 and 0-1 bracket on Clash Squad and on Swiss stage, and looking forward to who will be pushed up as well in this game, because more chances of you being in the top squad, or the you being part of the upper bracket will increase your chance of learning from the top dogs. And that's what we're aiming the teams would do, because despite of losing, you don't need to lose once. It's not a single elimination that we have, so there's more chances for them to really change the pace of the game depending on how the opponents are starting it off. Even on the bans and picks, we were surprised on how EvoZivine is throwing it this time around. For Bigatron, it seems like it's quite the usual, apart from not having anyone on the sniper, because, well, both teams took it out for the active skill. So right now, the map would be starting on Nextera, and there's so much potential for snipers right here. So I guess that's a reason as well why both teams took out sniper active skills.
And I mean, we have seen, at least based on the Ninja Clash, that certain teams, they take Raphael, right, for the passive, and it just guarantees once you get a knockdown, there's no recovery. And some of the best snipers have decided to go down that route. Obviously, we haven't seen that yet, at least not much of it. So as we wait for the teams to get ready, as we wait to make sure that everything is in order, I think it's fair to say, you look at the abilities, I feel like BTR definitely looking slightly more solid in terms of the draft that they have, right? A lot more variety of access into tools, even though it's a draft that feels like they want to be in your face a lot more often.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree as well as your point for the Raphael, because it hit me so many times. Every time I play Clash Squad and that guy hit, and I'm the first one being knocked out. So there's little to no chance that I will be picked up, because I bleed out quite faster compared to without that Raphael. So I love that combination of passive skill as well can change the pace of the game. We've seen so much of, if I was thinking, the Luna in most of Clash Squad, because of how it gives you that, well, it helps you out with some of the nerfs that we've seen in this game. So if you can counter, say, the decrease of fire rate for that M590, counter it with a fight on flight by Luna, then that's a good combination to use. But it opens up as well, or it closes rather, a chance for you other passive skill that would help you in those engagements, especially in the early part or the pistol round. But speaking of pistol round, this is the pistol round between EvoZivine and Bigatron by Vitality. They're starting off the second series.
And this is going to be quite an interesting one. Once more, we said that these two teams have a very, very long history. Well, in the short competitive span that they have faced up against each other. I mean, BTR definitely slightly later to the lead compared to EVOS, who has gone through plenty of changes. But Kyung with the opener onto Aim God, setting BTR in the lead. Kochu obviously traded back, making it even. Koja on the top, the grenade bounces. Kochu have his help bar going. The cluster doesn't really connect with the follower. Meanwhile, the Ignis War is there. Ray around the time turner ends up getting dropped, and BTR off to a start.
Double kill.
Yeah, it's 2v3 situation right now. And Kyung will try to go in for flank and a backstab, but no, he spotted two players. Coach Hill, not quite sure if he did spot it, but well, the way he's rushing in, there goes both of them on a shotgun, but a nade might throw them up, and there you have it from Rasia, a delivery for the God Nade. Up close and personal, there goes the shot as well, but it doesn't get a headshot, and the slice and dice would be coming in from the Wonder Kid to win the first round.
Oh my goodness, Rasha. Perfect timing with the grenade bounce at the very end. You had to see this for yourself. First of all, nasty shot with that pop. It's a bit of support fire. We saw the grenade come in, and this Homer, the drone, paid off in the end. Koja wanted to buy distance, knowing that there's a sight in this kid's hands, but the Homer allowed Rasha to catch up, and that's a three piece for the first round.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a Wonder Kid showing numbers, not only in long range, but also up close and personal. Now, let's see in how they're going to start this momentum. Coach Hill a little bit in too deep, though, with a glue wall, and as well as that that dash onto the glue wall to knock down one of the players from Bigatron, and only Kyong remains. And this is what we didn't expect right now, coming from EVO's Divine. They don't have the usual pick, but right now it's showing that even on the first through round, they can get those wins.
And that is just perfect from EVO's, right? Off the momentum of round 1, which got pretty dicey, but of course round 2, they have a bit more of the economy to work with. Most of the weaponries are the same, but EVO is able to really make use of what they have. And just the raw aggression that, you know, unfortunately Vitality, Bigatron by Vitality wasn't expecting.
Yeah, and I missed that valiant dash coming from Coach Hill. It would throw me off because I'm still like wondering why they are going in up close and personal. But I remember that they do have that like Oscar for EVO's Divine with Coach Hill. Well, still have that active skill available, but going into the airdrop a little bit too early, Rasia will be left alone. He jumps out, despite of having the power fall, he doesn't put so much of damage, and that Cassie connection is keeping or trying to keep them alive. But Coach Hill with level 3 MP4 will deal with the finishing touch, and they grab another point against BTR.
EVO so far making it look like child's play. Again, just being very aggressive in their approach. Something that BTR is struggling to stop so far. Very, very nice coordination and the way they play with the buildings too. As round number 4 begins, economy now fully in favor of EVO's Divine. Bigatron by Vitality not doing the best, but able to muster up some cash. Some decent primaries. You see the Trogon as well in the hands of Kyong if they ever go to that close range. But so far, Bigatron, they have not been able to find a solution that is good enough to hold off EVO's Divine, despite it feeling like Bigatron, who is the one that wants to be aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even Koja is quite too different. Even if you use that Aurora Vision, you will not be getting some of the information, especially if some of players from EVO's is too far. Coach Hill, though, first guy who goes down, Aim God will try, or will be tried, but he did have that level 3 MP5. Now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Make that 1-for-2 trade because Coach Hill is also knocked down with the pickups being done, but it does fail. Now Dix losing HP and he goes down. Aim God remains in 1v1 and a backstab. And there goes One. Mag 7 domination, bringing 1 point for BTR.
That was close. I was sworn that in another universe, Aim God saved the game because he was keeping his partner safe when he was getting swarmed, but in the end it was a matter of difference. A difference of 1 shot. So unfortunate for EVO's Divine, but great news for BTR. This map hasn't slipped away just yet. So now this one is going to be a bit of a wild card. We head into Graph Labs, where everything goes out the window, including gravity itself.
Yeah, let's see though if this is something that would be taken advantage of. BTR, Kyong, and Aim God. Up close and personal on that second floor. This is, again, one of my hated map because of how you throw off's accuracy as well as your momentum. But I guess it's being taken slow by the teams. And there you go. Multiple hit against Kyong. It's a good thing that Cassie and Electro-Turfy is still on them. But Dex will not survive from the Trocon of Aim God.
And once more, EVO is just off to such a strong opening. The blue zone closes in. Juan is going to heal back up as much as possible before engaging in this one last fight. 3 members to go through. Rasia is the first point of contact, but Aimgar is not going to wait. Just bounces over him and gives him a good old slam dunk. 4 points for EVO.
I was expecting Rasia to go to 1v1, but I guess up close and personal, CQC is still practicing a few of those moves, and Aim God says, all right, I got you, bro. I got your back, and we're going to get that win. So, well, EVO's Divine grabbed their 4th win at this point in this round. Now, 2 more to go, and they will be getting the first point in the series.
See, Bigatron by Vitality, they need to somehow muster up something. They need to rally. And in this case, you probably rally behind Kyung, who is the best performer so far, alongside Juan, Russia, and Kochil playing side by side. We see the frag grenade from Russia so far has been accurate. A drop, a supply drop for Deeks too. He has the electrotherapy with the help of Kyung. As Evo's about to make contact, but they do have high ground advantage. Juan spots info, but doesn't get any backup.
Oh, let's see. Distraction from long range coming from Russia, rather Koja. And Juan didn't jump in. Well, he don't want to be spotted, but there goes the distraction as well from Dix. But a backstab from Coach Heel with Mag 7 in and out. That is the plan. Now, let's see if Kyung can respond. And Coach Heel managed to finalize the opponent. And even Kyung cannot do anything against Coach Heel.
This is, again, another wash in favor of Evo's Divine. Nothing that, like you say, can be done by BTR. Koja goes down. Juan, the only one left. Wanted BTR to rally behind Kyung, but Evo was able to dispatch them one by one. Miracle has to happen, but not in this case, not when Russia is in the building. Evo's Divine now at match point.
Well, we were questioning a CQC by Russia on AWM, and that is the answer. He can do it as long as he have that a little bit of a range, a little bit of distance to work with. And, well, they do have 5 points in match point, as you said. Let's see if anything can be done by Bigatron, by Vitality right now to turn things around, because it seems like they had signs of hope earlier, but it's tough to say because despite of the skills that they're using, the position is not working for those skills. So, and even the early damage would be done by Evos, and it's making it difficult for BTR to really fight back.
Yeah, truly is. Coach Yu again with the opening shot. Woo! Instantly gets a follow-up. BTR finally responds and showing some signs of life. Russia and Coach Yu bleeding out. Juan finishes off Russia, but Coach Yu was able to do a significant amount of damage. At the end is both teams having being battered. Evo's having the advantage, right? 3 versus 2. Juan and Koja needs to keep this somehow alive.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it seems like there will be a standoff from the long range. So AWM from Koja and Juan. It's good weapon to use right now, but they will need to switch later on. And they're even getting close. For Aim God does have that Scar L on level 3, but there's no opening for them. And, well, let's see if this is what they're waiting for. That valiant dash right now to break around the glue wall, and both of them goes down. Coach Hill, though, has oversight, and a pickup, though, will not be done. Seems like there are something happening in this game, and there you have it. Another win for Evo's Divine, and that is 6-1 in the scoreline.
Very, very dominant opening from Evos. They're only dropping one round, and even the round that they dropped was incredibly close. So say what you want about Evos, but this is a powerful statement from the EWC 25 champs. They just made BTR like a cakewalk on Nextera. And that was the map that we said that BTR has a good chance on, but Evos proved us wrong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the map as well as the active skill, but it doesn't translate to what we were expecting. I'm not sure, though, if they follow what we're saying, if they can still win that game, because, well, these are the pros that we have here, and they are going against Evo's Divine. So it's a tough battle as well, even with Russia not being he is a sniper, but he's not always there in the back line. It's not always there, just waiting for a snipe. He's also going CQC, and that throws off what Bigatron has to offer. Even an active skill, even a weaponry that they have, but there was signs of hope. It's just closing. That is what's missing for BTR.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit tough for BTR. You know, we saw them try to recover a couple of times, but the momentum is just way too strong from the side of Evos, right? They started running away with the game, and BTR had no solutions to it. Maybe when we head to Bermuda, it's going to be different. Bigatron, they have some time to deliberate about what just happened with Evos, because clearly Evos came in hot.
Yeah, definitely. They came in hot. But it's not over between these two teams. There's still another round, potential 2 more rounds, though, if Bigatron can turn things around. And that is, well, that starts off with the next bans and picks, as well as how can they counter what I would say Coach Hill has to offer, because he has done so much as well. And also, again, what threw off BTR are those like accurate grenades and shots coming from Rasia. Even in Homer, he does manage to put in so much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, I think for just the abilities that EVOS brought in, there were some very clear thoughts put behind it. That's why they managed to work it out. With this, match MVP is going to be Coach Hill, 9 eliminations, 2.8k damage. Very, very efficient in his approach.
Cito, well, he does have that rush built on him, that Shani, that really increases his chances of surviving despite of using that Oscar. And we know we doubted Oscar so much from the past, but now it has been a viable active skill that's being used by those in the front line. Now, let's see if this is something that he can top, because earlier, for the first series, Expose, he's not a rusher, but he is a sniper, did top off his own record. But speaking of record, this is a record that what Evo's Divine can put against BTR 6-1 on the scoreboard, and I was expecting it to be much closer.
Oh yeah, me too. Look at Ray, 12 assists to boot as well. Every single one of EVOs really put out the numbers, whereas for BTR, Deeks is just not having a good time at all, right? Just 625 total damage, 0 eliminations, which could also be an indicator that he's most likely the first one to go down in almost every single round.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though. And there you have it, 61. We're done with Nextera, following would be Bermuda, and would seem the upset as well. And well, a lot of places in Bermuda can be used, and a lot of places has been, I would say, the training ground by most of the players, most of the, not just in this competition, but most of those playing Clash Quad. So, not quite sure on how things can turn around for Bigatron, but I'm looking forward to how they can deny Evo's Divine in getting the active skill that they need, but it might spell risking a few as well and picking something that they're not used to.
Yeah, that's why we gotta see if the side of BTR, can they somehow find a comeback, right? Again, we talked about needing Bigatron to find that window to really punish EVOs, but if you're Russia feeling so confident in the front line, and every single one of your plays is being counted and they're not winning the 1v1, suddenly we have a different set of problems that that BTR needs to deal with.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we've seen, let me see though, we've seen the Zane being used, and most of the time it is them who is winning the game. Now let's see if this is something that can be banned by BTR, just to make sure that EVOs don't get it right now. They are the first ban, and they have taken out Iris earlier because they were the second to remove that active skill. So they have a chance to remove Zane if they do so, but no, they just want to disable the snipers. That didn't work in the first round.
They tried to go for the same bans again. I agree, right? I mean, the first time around it didn't work because Russia did what we wanted to see from him. But EVOS, they definitely made a bit of a pivot. Right? They went and banned out the Zane and the Oscar instead. So at least there's going to be a bit of a different approach from both teams this time.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Tetsuya has been brought in, and well, if I'm not mistaken, this would be Dix on that Rebel Rush. Now, who would follow? One can pick out that Chrono, or probably just start off with the Cassie, but Santino is back. So Evo's banned Oscar. That was their pick earlier. And they're using Santino right now as well as Zane. So Santino would be for Rasya and Zane would be for Aim God because that's what he used earlier. Now let's see what the response of BTR.
A more direct approach right now from EVOS with the Santino. I mean, we still have like the Coda, the Clue still available, the Chrono as well. So Coda for BTR. Wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Chrono as Chrono 2. I mean, Cassie is still open. Cassie Tatsuya is a very common role that needs no further explanations.
Let's see though. I mean, if they need information, and most of the time from the earlier battle, they're losing out on position. So I guess they can double up on info, probably bring in a Clue. They do have Tatsuya for that rush, and then later on, if it's available, they can go for that Cassie. So either way, but Flame Mirage from Ignis is also viable. So we're still waiting though, and timer runs out. Let's see if this is something that would show up. But I'm still lost. I don't know what would be picked. I have my 2 options already for BTR, but they can bring in, like, as we mentioned, Cassie or Kuroda.
They will take the
have it.
Cassie. It's a very textbook composition, right? Tatsuya, Coda, Cassie, and then you probably add one sniper at the end. In this case, fortunately with no Iris and Santino being taken away, they might have to go down a slightly different route.
So let's see, what would be left though? They were quite good in that Homer approach, but Rasya already have the Santino. They can bring in that Ignis again for Ray. So, and as well as they can bring in that Chrono, just to deny one in using that. So I'm going for Ignis and Chrono for Evos for the final 2 pick.
I agree. I think the Ignis would work fine too. If not, if they want to go for the home and go ahead, right? So yeah, Ignis, perfect sense for the side of EVOS. I like the approach, and I think that there really isn't much better choice than what they have. The problem right now is for the side of BTR. No idea what they are gonna go for.
Well, what would be the often pick right now? I couldn't even put... And there you go. Well, Clue. I didn't mention, I thought they were going to use that, but they want to prioritize on Cassie because they do have that Tatsuya. So they want to go for information, and they have Coda and Clue. So first, either way, you get, you pull out the Clue, find out where the opponent in the minimap is, and then at the latter part of a round, you can pull out that Aurora Vision from Coda, and it directs you, it puts you directly to where your opponent can be. So much viable for the side of BTR, but for EVOS, it's much deadlier as well because you have the Zane, you have that Time Turner as well, and for them to get to the front line, you will pull up that Flame Mirage, and well, that's all to it for EVOS Divine.
Again, BTR and EVOS, this map, at least game number 2, is a lot more straightforward, right? Both teams having access to decent sniper picks. We are not getting some surprises, and I think this is gonna at least allow BTR to be in a fairer environment compared to game 1, where they were just getting outdone because the entire comp was not able to accomplish its purpose, getting shut down by EVOS at every turn. Right now in match 2, I feel like if they can just shut down Rasha, who is going to be on the Santino, the chances for BTR to win improves.
Yeah, but it's tough though, because we've seen how Rasya is this time around. Back then, Santino is always in the back line, but has a potential to go in front line. But he doesn't do that before. But now that he has a capability, it has been shown earlier, so he can use that to position himself close to the frontliners, which is Zane and Chrono, and then midline would be Ignis. We know that because once you use that, you will be able to cover up any approach you take. And then Santino with that shape splitter, you can put yourself in a closer gap between you and the opposing team. For BTR though, I think what they're doing right now is countering what Ignis can offer. Because if you get too close, at least you have Clue, you have Coda. Then that gives you information, and then just let your combination of Tatsuya and Cassie to do the job.
I think, for BTR, the fact that we're going to Bermuda, right, is also, if I remember correctly, a strong map for both teams. And that was the map that they clashed on in the final round at EWC 2. Obviously, in terms of spirits, BTR still looking very decent, but if I draw a quick comparison to EVOS, they're very light-hearted, right? There's really no stress for them. But high fives all around, even from the BTR side. It's not over just yet. We'll see if they can push it to a 3, or if EVOS can close it down 2-0 and, join the big boys in the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, let's see though, because I'm just looking up in some of the resources. Bermuda is where Evo Divine brought the game against RRQ Kazu 6-5 in Clash Squad from way back from the spring season. So, and that was a second match where they won that series against RRQ. But for Bigatron, like, we've seen them played against WAG and they lost out 6-3. So again, that is historical. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean that it would dictate what will be happening, but we can see as well the strengths and like the potential of only a few things that needs to be corrected from either side. So let's see if this is something that Evo Divine and Bigatron by Vitality has fixed already, and hopefully they give us a good show.
Yeah, I mean, if this is 2-0, then it does speak to volume, the strengths of EVOS, right? I wouldn't put it past them. I still think that EVOS is the more favorite team coming into this BO3, but if they do it dominantly, then it's a completely different story, right? I think hopes are going to go up. A lot of people, they look at EVOS and they're like, undoubtedly one of the best teams right now because they won EWC, but it's not indicative of how they will perform in Clash Squad. And I think that is a very important distinction that needs to be made clear. Now we head to Nextera for game number 2. Let's see who is going to take the first round.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Rasia already going in for the second floor and left the 2-2 splits, or rather the 1-3 split, I'm not loving. But Rasia right now will be rushed. Good enough that they already placed a shape splitter to reposition and get away from harm. Otherwise, he might be the ones going down. But Aim God right now, not even changing on the weapon. Well, that is the USB, if I'm not mistaken, or G18 in his hand. And it's still as deadly despite of not spending so much.
Double kill.
Just a clean round from EVOS. I think clean, perfect, no flawless. However you want to describe it, there's no better way to illustrate how EVOS approached this. Look at that. I mean, it's not just the initial shots, right? It's the way that they took the angles and the way that they were able to systematically pull apart BTR without feeling like they were trying at all.
Yeah, I guess they just, like, they put Rasia in the pedestal from the previous round in a way that he would be targeted by BTR. And if you know where they're heading, you know how to set the trap. And that's what Evo Divine, I believe, is doing right now. But that now that they found out, so they won't be rushing that quickly. They're trying to go, I would say, 3-man stack in the front lines. And Rasia, though, is a little bit in too deep. There goes Aurora Vision showing where the opponents are. And that is how Array has gone down. But good thing that Coach Shield, as well as Aim God with Uzi, putting in so much of fight up close and personal. But Kingfisher from 1 would be deadly despite of how close it is, but Rasia is not out just yet, trying to go for the headshot, and he does done it against Koja, and Evo's Divine still managed to win that fight.
Closer than I think what Evo's expected, but still at the end, it's these kind of moments, right? Look at that Rasia, oh my goodness. just instantly pops his opponent. Every shot counts. In the end, outnumbering BTR. Now up 2-0, BTR. They definitely are getting a bit closer, I think, in some of these encounters if we exclude round 1. But still, when EVO's at their full force, it is a different story. So far, EVOS has been very diligent in finding these angles of attack. Now a 3-1, a 3-1 odds right here in the middle. As Kyung calls him back onto Deeks, throwing the smoke grenade, but it actually separates Deeks from his teammate. And now they are a bit confused. Kyung throws out the glue wall, but that's not where he needs the glue wall to be. Russia returns with the Santino. Juan was ready, but still at the end, it's going to be EVOS that comes in and gets the numbers advantage.
Yeah, that's the reason why he pulled out that clue, just to get position as to where Russia is. Now, it is now EVOS getting the win. Coach Shield didn't leave or got any damage from those engagements. I mean, even up close and personal, he still managed to survive, and that is thanks to Ray with the Kingfisher. He knows that like there's a position that he can take to make sure that Ray has, or that Coach Shield has it covered. So let's see though. It is 3-0. Didn't expect it to be this quick, but I don't know. Probably it's the Zane buff that is working for them, denying that Kazi push or that Kazi pick that BTR had earlier.
Yeah, just good stuff from EVOS Divine. 2 rounds in a row that he came out to the wire. Another smoke grenade. That's going to cover Deeks' movements as he moves on forward. Kyung reposition Santino from Russia, so Kyung gets nothing, and Aimgod just backstab Deeks. And the front line just pulled too far away. Deeks trying to catch up, but Kyung and Koja finally get something done. And for the first time in the series, they get a numbers advantage in the round. Aimgod and Kochil left, trying to figure out and piece together what the rest of BTR are.
Let's see though. I mean, Aimgod, good position to hide out and probably wait out. And here comes the pinch. A split isolation. But Kyung managed to weave away from Kochil. Now into the smokes. One takes down Aimgod. Time Turner has been pulled out. And Kyung just waiting for the opportunity for the backstab. Kochil right now stuck in the corner, literally. And there you have it. Bigatron by Vitality grabs the first point.
Good stuff from Bigatron by Vitality. Started here, where Koja and Juan both got a pick on their own. Despite some misdirection from EVOS, right? They had a decent opening. They baited in the front line of Deeks and Kyung, but they ended up being the losers because 2 of their members got picked off screen.
Let's see though. See if this is something that they can work with right now. And there's a little bit of standstill. So not quite sure what it is, but let us check though through our records. If I'm not mistaken, these teams should be starting it off in Nextera. So is that right? Is that right? They started off in Nextera and then going into Bermuda. But we were brought back to Nextera. So I guess that's a reason why. I remember that moment earlier on, was it Zipway?
Yep.
And it was a deja vu. So I guess that is something that, hopefully let's give a chance as well for the team. I know that EVOS already won that game. So Bigatron just showing up differently, and unfortunately they had set up on multiple rounds already. And Bigatron, well, let's see if they can be stronger right now on the correct map.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Bigatron is that that's not going to count, right? They got ran over in 3 rounds, but it's not going to count. So we are going to make sure that we get into the same map. Apologies, I'm pretty sure a lot of people pointed that out. I was slightly confused as well, but glad that we spotted that before a team actually won that map, because that would have been quite the hilarious turn of events. But we also saw the players cam. The players, they were also laughing at it, realizing that they were on the same map as round 1. You know, some PTSD for Bigatron. So we'll let our league ops, with liaise the teams, get them into the right lobby, and then we'll resume.
That's all right, guys. For those of you watching, don't throw any hate to whoever. It does happen, it does happen. Mistakes does happen as long as it's corrected it would be all right. Now, for those of you watch right now, make sure that you don't only enjoy the chat, but also share the stream, because I'm pretty sure a lot of fans out there, a lot of your friends want to join us as well. And in a bit, we're going to join you on the chat as well, as if you do have the time, because right now, the suspense is killing me as to what Bigatron can do against EVOs. Because we know that these teams has played around scrims as well as even in the previous seasons of Clash Quad, and I want to see that momentum being built by Bigatron right here.
Yeah, and it's even more time for Bigatron to kind of get themselves back on track as well. Deliberate again. The longer it takes, the longer it drags on, I think in a way is also the more chance for the teams, the players to kind of talk amongst themselves and get ready for the following round. So I mean, for Bigatron, really nothing much was lost in that case. But I do hope that going into Bermuda, when we get the right map, Bigatron is able to put up a better fight, a closer fight against EVOS.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that happen already at this point. In the earlier map, it just so happened that, like, position-wise, they know already what to take for EVO's Divine. So I guess that's a one-up on them. But it was very close, though, in terms of gunfight. So I would love to see that change overall, because, again, Bermuda shows us different. And if I'm not mistaken, from the previous Bermuda that we've seen, we didn't even step into peak. So that is why Bermuda is something that is good to start with, or probably good to... No, I take it back. Good to end a series, because you don't know where you will be going, and you can take that as an advantage against your opponent.
Yeah, I probably in the third map rotation. I mean, we'll have to find out. We got not third map rotation, but the third series rotation. We still have like 2 more after this. But for Bermuda, I think overall it's just, again, there's a lot of history between these two teams on that map. I think statistically as well, funnily enough, they were not the best on this map, right? Even at EWC, top 4 were 3 Thai teams and then RRQ-Kazu. So EVOS and Vitality, not the most proficient on Bermuda, but I guess the only difference is that when it comes to Clash Squad, EVOS is the one so far that has been really showing up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have shown up so far. They have prestige already, and they have that motivation. And at some point, Bigatron has that before. Remember when Bigatron has been introduced in Battle Royale, and they have that panache, they have that confidence that they're even hunting Team Falcons. And at some point, because of losing out in most in engagement, also in losing out most of, I would say, tournaments because of that hunt. But it didn't end there. They tried other teams like Bureram, even other stronger teams, but now they're getting smarter. But with that, like, being smart, it's tough to say this. Being tactical, sometimes make that fire dies down. It's more of mentality. And like, it's losing out in the passion that we've seen from when BTR is here. So hopefully they can keep a balance of both, because that's similar to what I say to Virtus Pro when they were reverse red. There's one thing that I'm asking BTR as well. Have that aggression, but still be tactical. And one of the teams that has done that is Bureram United. So I know we keep saying, we keep talking about Bureram United so much, but there's also some cons on what they've been doing. So they just need to find the perfect spot to be in, to be able to beat those teams.
Yeah, and if I remember, when the map goes in, just want to remind everyone, most likely we are going to be running with the same composition. So there's not going to be any changes in the characters that the teams pick, so no need to worry about doing a redraft. It's just we need to get it onto the right map. But to your point, I think it's also like certain teams that prefer to play a bit slow. Sometimes we look at the meta, right? Like there was a meta at one point where playing aggressive is the only way to win, or it's the best way to win, and the Thai teams were like dominating the entire scene. But then when the nerfs started coming in for characters like Tatsuya, we introduced Oscar into the equation, and then with a whole bunch of other changes, suddenly teams that have bided their time, became more relevant, right? Like RQ, Kazu, I mean the Indonesians in general. But in this case, I think for BTR, hopefully they still, like you said, have the flair. I mean, at EWC they were basically at their peak. That was the strongest version of the team that we have witnessed ever since their debut in the entire circuit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that I don't know what is happening, because some of the teams show up in different level of tournaments, especially if FFWS, because we have the spring, we have the fall, have those in between and after, like the EWC as well as the global finals. And we expect that teams would be similar either way, regardless of where they are. But it seems like there are some patterns to it that I haven't caught up yet. But there's patterns to it that the strong teams in, I would say, Southeast Asia, they are strong, they have potential to be champions. They are not showing up in the global stage. And I'm not saying that it's different teams. But, well, before we head anywhere else in terms of this conversation, seems like we have started and ended. Oh no, this is just a replay. Sorry about that. So we started and ended the first round and the pistol round. Oh yeah, it was. So it is being won by Bigatron by Vitality right now.
Right, again, a matter of a sliver of health, right? Both teams down to the wire. Again, BTR can't really be too complacent just yet. There was a good chance for EVOS to run away with that round, but this is where it starts mattering. When the guns come out, Coach Hu having it's the only person on the side of EVOS with a level 2 helmet, everyone else going Baron. Deagle in the hands of Rasha and Ray. Seeing that weapon be incredible, deadly. A shot to the head is going to instantly get a takedown, but Dix is going to start it off by taking out Aim God. Ray responds. Coach Hu with a mini Uzi, also able to get work done. Kyung trying to chase down the members of EVOS. Coach Hu runs it around in a circle, but Rasha follows up with a ding to the head. It's just Kyung left alive. And Dix left alive. Ray in the midst of thing. Dix has a better weapon, but he's outnumbered. EVOS Divine recovers.
And there you have it. This is what they need right now. Loss on economy, but have perfect weapon. Rasia and Ray with the Deagle, and then up close and personal Aim God and Coach Hill just became the distraction to give that opening. And I know we talk about this a lot. Economy or winning the first round, the pistol round, give you advantage to getting the Kingfisher, but doesn't mean that having the Kingfisher gives you a chance to win that second round as well. So with this, as you can see, even EVO's Divine, only Ray, I believe, has spent so much, and the rest just kept with a mini Uzi as well as a Deagle. And this is how you play with economy in the early parts of Clash Squad.
Oh, absolutely. See the smoke grenade to block off one of the doorways. So if anyone wants to come out from that building, in this case BTR, they have to find another way, maybe through the window. He was Divine having that angle covered. See the Santino being popped out as well. Firewall comes through, instantly broken down. Unfortunately for Dix, he didn't stand a chance. The time turner protects Aim God and Kojil. Koji able to find Russia, but sadly, Aim God once more able to follow up with more, and the numbers on BTR dwindling. Same with their health bars. EVO's Divine with 2 quick rounds.
Yeah, 2 quick rounds following the pistol round. And, well, I would agree. Even AJ, I believe you would agree as well. Pistol round, it matters only in the first to get that initial eco. You get those initial coins. But how you follow it up, that is what is crucial. It seems like EVO's Divine is getting crucial wins as well as getting heavy weapons. Level 3 on MP5 plus a Kingfisher for Coach Shield. He already has 3, and it will increase chance of him getting first blood once again.
Yeah, and again BTR 3-1 split, this time heading to where Ray and Rasha is. Kyung, I think, got spotted out, so he's calling in for backup. As Coach Shield will try to chase him down. Kyung just looking to buy time, no interest to fight this. Backup comes through, but the time turner keeps Coach Shield safe, and Ray with the nade! Finds Koja in the corner. Kyung needs to help him, but needs to get rid of Kochu first, and that is a bit tough. Rasha does end up going down, but meanwhile, behind the scenes, EVOS is just cleaning up every single member of BTR. Only Juan left.
Yeah, there's one thing though. I mean, the quickness of reposition as well. Backup coming from Evo Divine now on the flank. And there you have it. The pinch being done by Evo to perfection to end one at this point. Now, 2-1 split. Let's take a look at a review. Now, Ray right now just went in, isolate everyone else from BTR. What's happening in this side of the building as Ray just becomes that distraction as well as deal with a finishing shot. But just in case he falls down, there's still 2 players on the backside that would be able to go for those shots. So that's how you play pristine Clash Squad and being shown right now by Eva Divine.
Not only that, the grenade from Ray that we saw, right? That was the that was the tempo breaker. It's, it's Clock Tower, Evo's Divine, Kochu and Ingvar right in the front, about to run into 4 members of BTR, but Kochu makes it to the 2nd floor very quickly. Instantly jumps down, knows that BTR is going to take over that area, so it's not worth risking his life, but does give enough info for Ingvar to toss that nade in. The connection not really made this time. BTR keeps everyone healthy.
Let's see though, I mean, a good way to distract BTR so that they can prioritize an airdrop. Now, how can they turn things right now because they don't have compound? They're trying to block every window. One managed to step out and Ray has information, but 3-man flank waiting for them. Dix and Kyong, MP 90 or 590 right now. And there goes Rasia going down as well. Seems like Coach Shield will be next and Ray would be finished and no one being taken out from Bigatron's side. Smart move despite of them losing out on the airdrop.
Good collapse too from BTR. A lot of confusion amongst the ranks of EVOS, and this time BTR are the ones winning the fight, making use of that composition. The Cassie keeping the front lines topped up. A small speed bump for EVOS Divine. They had the right approach but was not able to close out the round the way that they wanted when Bigatron opened the floodgates. So it does keep 2 teams well within touching distance. Smoke grenade to cut off line of sight. EVOS now have no idea where BTR is heading towards, but the modus operandi is still the same. Steffi being popped up very early on with the graffiti. Kochu now under pressure. Kyong around the corner. But Kyong now finds himself isolated. Needs to make it out of there. Kochu now under fire. The Ignis wall right on time. Kochu gets saved, but not before Juan finds a double.
Yeah, double has been confirmed, and there you have it. Only Ray remains. Kyong will be picked up, and there goes a Flam Mirage. Rasia jumps in, 2v3 situation, and let's see if they'll be able to take this number. But no! Ray gets hit from behind. One right now on the rush, losing out on where Rasia is. He can quickly reposition, and Parafal doesn't work that close against Shotgun, and Equalizer will be brought in by Bigatron Esports.
And this round was all about Juan, his double takedown. Basically won the round for the team. If that didn't happen, if the time turner was popped even a fraction of a second earlier, EVOS Divine would have gotten away with daylight murder, and Bigatron would have found nothing in exchange. So this round is delivering what we wanted in the series. A lot more closer between the 2 teams. Equalized still. Airdrop right in the center of this entire area.
Let's see who grabs that, because it seems like EVOS, yes, they are the ones getting the cyber airdrop. They're getting 2 ticks already, but losing out after do so. So it seems like it is becoming a bait that is working in favor of Bigatron. Kyong right now will try to go for the airdrop. Let's see if they can confirm, but nades overall and follow up with that VSK from Ray. Here comes a Flame Mirage, and Ray right now will be steamrolling against BTR, and they did it quite well, quite quick as well.
Nice steamroll is a complete, it's an ambush. Evo sets up a trap, lures BTR in, and attacks from every single angle. Very well executed by the Tigers. Evo is now up 4-3. Instantly sends out that UAV to get some info. I mean, we're gonna see where BTR is gonna land. It's gonna head towards that peak still. Seems like they are gonna take control of the building. This is close quarter combat in the maze. Something that both teams are very familiar with, but so far Evo statistically has done better.
Yeah, I believe that Bigatron has more advantage, especially in this close in CQC, with all those covers because they do have that raw vision as well as a clue. But surviving, though, is a different story. Coach Hill did manage to survive, steps in and out, but unfortunately, he managed to step in or step back a little too late. But Dick's the only one remaining. And Evo's right now not losing a guy. Despite the knockdown, they still have everyone in play.
And they will have perfect economy going into the final round too. This is going to be quite a challenge for Bigatron. All hope is not lost just yet. They are going to be to have the tools to fight back. But it is not going to be easy. Vivo's basically decked out in whatever they want.
Let's see though. I mean, at this point, match point for the opponents, and they're in too deep, so that there's still economy as well for BTR, but they will need to be cautious. I know I'm saying that they need to be aggressive because that's what we love about them, but they're losing out on those aggression. In spite of all the skills being pulled out, the counter is always in play, and there you have it.
It's
Another quick takedown, and one only one remaining, and there you have it. It's done. Evo's Divine grab that 2-0.
Make it look like a cakewalk. Every single member of EVOS showing, reminding at least the Indonesian crowd that they are here to play. What an opening! I mean, its first game obviously on Nextera was a 6-1 blowout. BTR showed some signs of life from Bermuda, but the closing was just sublime from the EVOS, right? The rounds were so quick, it was so decisive, and now EVOS took this fight, and it really felt like, BTR, despite the best effort, never stood a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Bigatron is trying to study how Evo's Divine is going to approach each instance, like each movement that they've done. And we've seen that earlier, like Evo's is going for the bait and switch. Now, they use the airdrop, or rather, BTR use the airdrop to bait out Evo's Divine, because there's the first one always grabbing it. On that one of the map in there, I believe it's... I can't put my finger into where, but when it is BTR's chance to step into airdrop, that's where everything just goes favoring Evo's Divine, because they played, like, it just turned the table against BTR. They played the same tactic as they did from the first part of that game, of that round, and it just went to Evo's Divine.
Really nothing much that BTR could do in that situation. I mean, they had some good rounds, right? But in terms of just the tactical brilliance, EVO's Divine definitely showed us a bit more of that in how they always seem to corral BTR. They confusing them in a lot of these firefights, and the execution for EVOS was just a lot more decisive, allowing them to kind of win out these rounds in such a quick fashion. And it's not like you get a pause in the next round, right? You go into the next round straight, and BTR are still left wondering what happened before.
Exactly. And it's tough though. It's tough because we have some high hopes, but we're talking about EWC champions from Evo's Divine. So we know that they will try different things, and we keep talking about how they fail in the previous Clash Squad that we saw them in, and this is where that evolution, those changes are coming in. Second time around, they don't want to lose out on those engagement. Rasia is not always on the back line. He has repositioned, not just getting away from CQCs, but also getting deep into CQC, and that is one thing that we rarely see from Sniper. But for the MVP, it is Ray right here, and if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who started off with that nade, or God nade, to throw off the pace of BTR, and then from then on, that's where Evo's Divine managed to get multiple wins.
Yeah, very well done from this guy. Right, one of the few veterans of Evo's Divine, been there through thick and thin. I mean, even I think, in 2024, when people look at Evo's Divine and they look at this roster before they finished second at EWC, everyone was wondering, right, is this Evo's even the real deal? And even after they finished second at EWC, people still wonder if they are the real deal, because afterwards they did, went on a bit of a minus slump before 2025 became a thing. Scoreboard tells us all we need to know. Evo's Divine completely outclassed BTR.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 6-3. And the first one, we have high hopes for Bigatron. We've seen them play. I know it's a back and forth because the pistol round, yes, they lose out on that, but how Evo's Divine recover from it is quite good as well. But again, it's recovery gameplay that Evo's Divine is playing against Bigatron, wherein Bigatron is just going for aggression all throughout. And you saw in the final round as well. As quick as that, 3 down and then 1 left, or twice before ending that game. 3 has been knocked down and then 1's the only one remaining. So it's quite tough to go against that.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, this match summary, EVOS with a 2-0 win means they join the winners bracket in the Swiss stage, whereas for BTR, they are going to go down to the losers bracket, but thankfully, you know, this Swiss round, it can be pretty forgiving too, in as much as you get paired with the winners. Even if when you drop series, it can still be forgiving, right? You only are eliminated when you lose 3 BO3 cumulatively. You qualify when you win 3, so plenty of chances for BTR to kind of strategize and come back stronger in the coming weeks.
Yeah, definitely. And well, speaking of stronger, in a bit we're going to hear an interview on Evo's Divine's gameplay as well as performance. And I would love to see Bajia Caroline back on the stage, and also to hear what Evo's Divine has to say in that win, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of turnarounds that happened in that game that could have spelled Evo's Divine in losing that match, but they just changed. They just adjusted against BTR, wherein BTR is on a, I would say, in a trying to go for a slope, and Evo's Divine is just like unexpected, unpredictable in their movement and their approach. So I want to hear what was the mindset of Evo's Divine, and won't be surprised as well if we have the Wonder Kid on stage. So in a bit, we're going to bring our teams as well as Indonesia right here. So let's bring it over to Conchita Caroline and hear what the team has to say.
All right, thank you, casters. What's up, survivors? As promised, I'm here with Ray from EVOS Divine, who just won the game against Bigatron by fatality. Let's have a bit of a chat, shall we? Hello, Ray.
Hello.
So how does it feel to win 2 games straight against Bigatron by fatality? Is this something that you have expected? Apakah ini sesuatu yang kamu ekspektasikan, menang langsung 2 game straight dari Bigatron by fatality? Gimana rasanya juga meraih kemenangan ini di hari kedua atau penampilan perdana kalian di mode Clash Squad?
Jujur sih nggak expect ya menang 2-0, karena kita ngiranya Bigatron itu kuat, jadi kita expectnya tuh 2-1.
So Ray actually didn't expect it to win a straight game 2-0 because they thought Bigatron is much stronger than this. So they're a bit disappointed to see how Bigatron is performing today, but that's okay. Kudos for EVOS Divine who won their game on the first day of Clash Squad mode. Oke, yang kedua nih, tadi kan kita ngeliat gimana pertarungan tersaji cukup cepat lah ya. Tanggapan kalian tentang banyak pihak yang kemarin juga memprediksi kayaknya RRQ sama EVOS tuh kurang kuat deh di mode CS. Kayaknya mereka fokusnya ke Battle Royale deh. Silakan dipikirkan jawabannya. Aku akan translate terlebih dahulu. So a lot of people has been saying that RRQ and EVOS aren't really strong enough when it comes to Clash Squad mode. You guys are focusing yourselves in the Battle Royale, but today EVOS Divine proved them wrong. Is there anything you'd like to say regarding that issue?
Kalau prediksi yang kemarin dibilang itu kita bener sih, emang kita nggak latihan buat Clash Squad ya, kita nggak yang fokus banget. Karena buat lawan Bigatron doang sih gampang sih, apalagi lawannya Koja.
So it's partially true, I think, because he said that EVOS Divine did not really prepare themselves for the Clash Squad mode, but because it's Bigatron, it was easier for them to perform well and to perform better. Especially going against Koja is something that Ray has been waiting to do. And yeah, you guys can see that EVOS Divine won the game against Bigatron by fatality, 2-0. Yeah, I don't think there's much to say about that. last question, terakhir nih, apa yang mau disampaikan kepada para penggemar EVOS yang mungkin udah deg-degan, aduh EVOS bisa nggak ya di CS mode hari pertama ini? Tunggu, aku translate dulu. Is there anything you'd like to say to the supporters of EVOS Divine regarding your win today against Bigatron by Vitality?
Kalau buat EVOS fam sih dukung kita terus aja lah. Walaupun di Clash Squad ini kita nggak yang serius banget, tapi kita berusaha semaksimal mungkin buat menangin ini sih.
Aw, please keep on supporting us. I know it seems like EVOS Divine is not really focusing on the Clash Squad mode, but they're still trying their best. They're still trying to perform, and hopefully you guys can keep on supporting us and see us moving on to the grand finals. Alright, thank you so much, Ray.
Ya.
Sekarang kita akan break dulu sejenak nih Survivors. Tapi jangan kemana-mana karena masih ada pertandingan-pertandingan yang akan tersaji di Clash Squad mode kali ini. So please stay tuned only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
Double kill. First blood. Triple. First blood. Triple kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Clash Squad mode. 2 matches done, and we are off to our third. And this is between PE Sports against Todak. Back in the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the one and only Husky, and we will be your caster all throughout this evening.
Peaceful against Todak. There's some history behind these two organizations. I mean, back then it was Expand that was leading the charge locally, and then Todak now showed up. It's quite an interesting story because this is such a new version of Todak compared to PE Sports, who still have some remnants of their work before. But one thing that has been constant so far throughout 2025 is the fact that Red Bull is with us. You know, they were here with spring, and now they're here for fall. Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand, supplemented with Zinc, B3, and B6, featuring mild taste that helps everyone stay focused and seize every opportunity to achieve stylish booyahs victory. So trust your energy, chuck some Red Bull, and get some booyahs.
Yeah, the gold can that brings energy like gold. And it is expensive right now to have continuous energy, especially in Clash Squad mode, because there's no point in slowing down. You will need to have not only your accuracy as well as your mind to be on point. That is what Red Bull is bringing to the table right here between these two teams. Again, PE Sports and Todak, he did mention the rivalry that has been happening from long run, but I do agree Todak looks different right now, especially in Clash Squad mode. Even on BR, I would say, even from what we've seen in the past weeks in Battle Royale, not quite sure what's happening, but I'm loving what they are bringing into the table. But for the map order, we start off in Bermuda, followed by Kalahari and Nextera. Pretty much similar to what we've seen, especially if you want to start off in a, I would say, try to warm up and build that momentum. Bermuda is where you want to start.
Oh yeah, and you know, like Todak right now, they even in BR, like you said, right, they look different and in a good way, right? Like this version of Todak that we know is a lot more polished, a lot more strong. It reminds us of the days when Todak was first formed, when they first entered the scene, and they had some, you know, they had some pretty interesting pickups back then, and they, in the debut season, they actually, you know, ended up having very good showings in terms of their placement, and then they went on the slump. So now with Todak kind of coming back and actually having being the better performers in the local league, I think if they can translate that into this Clash Squad and show us something, and even just a close fight against PE, that is going to really shake things up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, you mentioned local league. If I'm not mistaken, they're also the champion in Clash Squad in the local league in Malaysia. So there's so many, there's a huge potential that they can bag this against PE Sports. But let's not take out PE Sports. We don't have that much information about PE Sports from the past, because if I'm not mistaken, it's WAG and GOW who played from the spring season. PE Sports, though, again, another surprise. We haven't seen them not only against Todak, but also against other teams. We haven't seen them played that much on Clash Squad. So the only question is, what can they offer right now? Because we've talked about how Evo Zivine won the game, how BTR managed to has a chance to turn things around, but fail because of a mismatch in their skills as well as movement. The same goes with Pharaoh and Virtus Pro, and a lot of storylines as well that was built up even since yesterday. So this is what we want. How we want to work with is to find out if PE Sports can bring the bans and picks to a different approach, and then utilize that to surprise what Todak has to offer in the few rounds.
Yeah. I even when you look at PE Sports, right, like coming into Battle Royale mode themselves, they've been looking pretty solid. I gotta give it, like, Nolan has been one of the standout rookies, standout new players for the team, and just in the scene overall, Nero and Nolan have been quite the performers in Battle Royale mode, right? They've started to prove themselves as quite the dynamic duo, with Nolan being always able to support his teammates from afar. And that's going to be important up against Todak, who have that the natural aggression, and it doesn't always lead to them winning, but they are not shy to take these fights. But at the same time, this is a team that also, if you compare it to Expand or Magna, are a lot more tactical and a lot more cleaner with their approach. And that's where it's gonna be a test for PE Sports to see if they can overcome this Toda.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of promise from PE Sports, and let's also take note they were the motivation for most of the Vietnamese team after their run in EWC from last year. But it's just unfortunate that they weren't able to maintain that, and that pushed WAG, even GOW, even Heavy to a different height in terms of performance, because they want to reach that level of what PE Sports has brought in. But Clash Squad, I know there's a lot of people, a lot of players are not taking it seriously, but the way I'm looking at Clash Squad, it has separate prize pool, but it has potential of a tournament of its own. Now, you know, it's starting off in Southeast Asia, but later on we might see, like, across even a global scale, that we will have Clash Squad tournament between the teams that we often see in VR.
I mean, if you think about it, there's a chance that we essentially get like we have off seasons, right? Obviously, but you can imagine if Clash Squad is standalone, we're gonna have such a packed annual calendar. I wouldn't mind. I think Clash Squad is going down a great direction, and once we get deeper into the ecosystem, more and more regions become a part of this. I mean, earlier, like a month ago, we just actually not a month ago, 2 weeks ago, we literally just introduced Brazil into the equation. So imagine if give it like a year or two, this is gonna be so more eventful.
And Free Fire has been bringing so many surprises year after year, and I can't wait for that roadmap, but I can't wait as well to how the teams are going to show up in their own regional Clash Squad. But, well, let's head over to bans and picks. So, Sane has been banned by PE Sports, Oscar for the side of Todak, and for Todak, they use Tatsuya and Santino. Now, Chrono will be used in PE Sports, but a counter, not so much, can be used, and double visual, and the sniper as well being covered. So, front line would be, I would say, a little bit not too strong for PE Sports, but the back line would be that back and mid line would be quite strong for them.
See, the Iris and Coda comes out for PE Sports as well. Very in line with what PE Sports wants to achieve, at least the play style. I mean, we said that Todak is aggressive, right? And we said that only RQ so far has experienced experiments with like Ryder and the A124. We wanted to see to stop any sort of aggression or acts as an enabler for aggressive lineup. Todak is one of those teams that you can definitely bet on to pull out something like this.
Let's see though, what would be the response for side of PE Sports against that Ignis and A124. And well, this is the first time out of the 3 matches that we've seen that A124 being used. Some teams might be waiting for this to be used in the latter part of the tournament, but not so that they want to take that advantage. And there you go, the Cassie. But I'm questioning this on how it will be used right now, because Cassie and Chrono front line, and then Coda and Iris on the back line, but it's just too much. It is too much for whoever would be in the front for PE Sports, but I guess that's what they're aiming for. Hopefully they can time the thrill of battle as well, because once that's in, you won't be able to use any of those skills.
Again, we say that they are a team that is a lot more that has a decent dynamic duo on the side of PE. I agree with you, right? It's going to be quite heavy on the front, depending considering that this is the draft that they want to run. But if they can pick off Todak, chip away their health bar before Todak finds the way to spring into action, then that's where PE Sports really comes to life. They win by thinning out the numbers of Todak before the real fight begins.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because A124, you have 20 seconds, I believe, of disable, and that's one thing that can be taken advantage by Todak. You have visual impairment coming from Flame Mirage of Ignis, and then that thrill battle from A124, it gives a chance for you as well to go and take that Rebel Rush to, well, just take advantage of on a slowdown, of that standstill for that 20 seconds. And then Santino will just be chilling like a villain in the back line, waiting for anyone to pop up without time turner or that basic therapy connected on them. Smart move from Todak, I would say. It seems like Todak has this in the bag. Unless PE Sports, I want to be surprised. I want to be proven wrong.
Part of me feels like if Todak wins this, it is going to be a surprise, right? Like, I think Todak winning this would be on the same level as Genra beating RQ like yesterday. But again, I if they don't win, it's fine. But I want to see them at least put up a close fight against PE Sports. This is a test for Todak for sure, right? In this lineup that, again, locally has shown some great promises, and even in the spring season, Todak was the first out of 3 Malaysian teams to leave an impression, right? To take over the leaderboard, at least the front parts of the leaderboard. So, if anything, they can bring us a fight against PE Sports. It's going to definitely, cement their status as a strong domestic team in Malaysia.
Yeah, well, I do agree. Well, let's see though, because it's more dependent on how these teams are going to start it off. We've seen a lot of upset, especially in midway each round. Because you can go for the first blood, you can go for the first knock, but if you won't be able to confirm, then that would just be a distraction for the team that's waiting for if anyone would be going for the pickup, and that's where the opposing team will try and take advantage. So whoever has more aggression, or if Todak would be more aggressive at this point, it seems like they could have taken advantage of with skills, especially that A124. I know I keep going back to A124 because this is where that active skill belongs. Battle Royale, it has been nerfed, it has been forgotten, but in Clash Squad, A124 really fits the bill at this point.
Yeah, it's such a strong character, right? Once more, again, able to basically look at your enemy and be like, no, you cannot use your ability.
Stop.
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 Yeah, it's just stop. That's enough. And I think that itself, it's so strong. It's such a strong ability that, stops any kind of, counterplay. That's what we want from the side of, from the side of Todak. Right? It's a team that is known for being aggressive. It's a team that is known for being in your face. What better way to do so than playing on something like A124?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, really looking forward to how this is going to turn up. And again, I'm also looking forward if PE Sports can upset the turn of events right now against Todak. And any surprises can be exciting because we've already been halfway through for the day. And so far, some of the teams have, well, disappointed because it's not matching whatever they pick in the active skill department compared to their movement. So hopefully this is where it really fits. And we're going to start right now. It's in Peak in Bermuda. It's pistol rounds between these two teams, and perhaps Noki, even Videls is pulling out a shotgun against PE Sports.
Oh yeah, let's see if they can make this work. I mean, if they can, it is going to be quite a story to tell. Once more, the Flame Mirage out first. Noki right in front. We said aggression. He refreshes the Rebel Rush, and Noki finds help. Nolan is down. Todak striking before PE Sports is even ready to receive any of these hits, and Bai just runs down LBT. And round one, very much back by the Sports Fishes. What an opener!
Oh, definitely. I mean, they stuck that against PE Sports. Nero going down in spite of having the same shotgun, but it's just that Flame Mirage that proved to be the tide turner. I might get it wrong. The tide turner for Todak from that point. Now, pistol round, We've seen that earlier. It has been changed by some of the teams, but let's see if this is something that PE Sports will take advantage of right now. Heading in straight all together, it is what I love for Todak right now, as long as they don't keep away from each other, because they don't have the long range weapons as well. So this is good for Todak to throw up the tactic of PE Sports.
Let's see. Again, Todak playing together. They're waiting for the opportunity. We say that the A124, if it connects and PE Sports cannot pick up Todak from afar, they're at a disadvantage, but they will do that. Lao Ho with the pickoff on the fires, but Todak still strikes. This is a team that literally has the model of running at their opponent, but this time PE Sports adjusted. And that is going to be the equalizer.
Yeah, the equalizer as well as the game changer. That game was LBT. That M1917, because we know the damage that gun, despite of how it has been nerfed, it still packs a punch. Now, it's good that PE Sports managed to turn things around, resets the board as well for Todak. Now, what weapon will be brought in by the team? Fi is already an AC-80, Mini Uzi for both traps, as well as Videls. And on the other side for PE Sports, I think I saw XM8, and that is from LBT. So they do have the capability, but sticking together, especially in this part for the airdrop, would be beneficial for Todak. And there goes the time turner, even blocking them with that glue wall. And there you go, instantaneously with a backup on LBT, or flanked by LBT from the side, throwing the surprise against Todak.
And this is what we say, adaptation in Clash Squad, very pivotal to turning the tides of the games when it matters the most. In PE Sports, thinning down the numbers of Todak. Before Todak could spring, round 1 was just a fluke. When everyone does not have the weaponry, Todak felt strong and invincible. But in this case, the skills are different. PE Sports will be up 2-1.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, Faiz does have the weapon, but it's not good for CQCs. And there you go, Nero taking him down at MP5. And this is where it started off. LBT, or rather, was it Nolan who went in for the flank? But LBT was the one who dealt the first blood. And it is because of the 1-3 split that has been done by PE Sports. They weren't expecting a flank on the other side, or in most instances in that part of the map, there should be a counter or two on that edge of the warehouse. And we didn't see that from Todak, thus they lose out on the first blood.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if there's going to be any difference coming into this. I mean, for Todak, they've noticed that if PE Sports wins them in the long range, suddenly this whole composition falls apart. So Trap with the Flame Mirage first, trying to get some intel. Thought he would stop it slightly earlier just to cut off line of sight, but that is not the case. And no members of Todak are willing to pop their head out. Another Flame Mirage this time. Stop at the right angle, so Nolan gets cut off. Noki very far in the back. If you can find LBT, it's going to be good for Todak, but I think LBT knows.
Yeah, I think LBT knows. Let's see. There goes the jump and backstab on that G13 rather. Let's see though on what can be done. Faiz will be taken out on the P90 from a long range, surprisingly, but I love this weapon as well as Clash Squad. Now there goes a double for LBT. Only 2 remains, Traps and Videls. Will Videls be able to support himself, because there's not so much a backup because Traps will be taken out, but all guns blazing, a full squad rushing in and showing that Todak is not that strong after all.
So far it really, PE Sports making it look very, very easy. We did say Todak, even if they don't win, as long as they put on a close fight, that will be good enough. PE Sports, no pushovers. Look at Nolan, 5 eliminations. LBT, 5 eliminations. They truly are putting in the heavy lifting.
Let's see if they can lift a little bit heavier, because it seems like Todak needs their weight to be carried at this point. Nolan. There goes the nade.
What?
And let's see if it would hit. It would land. Vitels managed to avoid that, but here comes a rush. Nolan, M1887. And there goes the shot. It's Noki managed to take down Nero. No response just yet. LBT slowly losing out. Traps managed to get away and goes in for the flank. There you have it. Sodak putting one on the board. And let's see if this is a momentum builder for them, because it seems like PE Sports is just off angle. Thus, they lose out in that battle.
It's a bit awkward because PE Sports had the right idea, but their first nade bounced off the roof, so didn't really land them where they wanted. Not flashing out Todak in the end. They still went in for it anyways, and everyone from Todak just had just by margins, little margins, enough health to beat Outlast PE. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. And now, well, Todak has full level 3s on them, and LBT Lauho doesn't have helmets. So let's see if this is something that they need to be taken care of. And LBT, well, LBT goes down. A headshot from Faiz does that. And that's a reason why you need a helmet going against a sniper, being in the sights of a sniper.
And just like that, Todak, if they want to play fast, they can do it now. Oh, Nero missing the initial shots, and that's really not good. Todak doubles up, turns the corner. Noki finding Nolan. Unfortunately for PE Sports, really not much time to work with. Here comes the Ignis War 2. Noki doubles up. Lauho needs to somehow save the team. It's Todak's 4-man. Impossible. PE Sports, they lose whatever lead that they had. Todak equalized it.
Yeah, Noki grabbed a triple kill, and that is his first elimination for this round, if I'm not mistaken. Or rather, no, that was 6 for him. Right now, I was expecting he didn't get any elimination from the first few rounds, but well, we're ready on the 6th or 7th round rather, and let's see this part of the map though. This throws up a lot, especially if you have a great sniper getting in the rooftop, and with those tires, reposition is quite easy. But Traps right now getting into the airdrop. Now, this is crucial. If those nades connect as they head into the airdrop, then that would spell trouble for Todak. But they didn't use that, and Time Turner saves some of the players from Todak. Now, let's see if they can maintain this, because Nero might be in trouble. But Noki, the first one to go down from that Max 7 from Nero. But Lauho with that AWM, a headshot against Faiz, and no pickup will be done because LBT is also waiting in there.
And Lauho with Raphael, so Faiz instantly just bleeds out. Fidels and Traps, they need to help each other, but they don't really have the health bar to do so. Nero ends up going down, but it's a worthy sacrifice. As Traps in the 1v2, Nero gets picked back up, so make it a 1v3. Traps in the 1 LBT goes down first. Nero doesn't really have much numbers in terms of health bar. Traps has a chance! What? And now it's him and Lauho. And Traps is going to find some space to heal back out. Lauho on recovery mission to go into LBT. Here comes the Ignis Wall. LBT gets brought back up in time and drops the glue wall. Traps turn the corner. Drops LBT. It's him and Lauho. Traps does it! And Todak now up 4-3.
For the clutch, indeed. I mean, he didn't put up a trap. He was in there just waiting, and the perfect timing made him win those gunfight. Even the pickup with that like flame mirage, it reduces the chance for PE Sports to recover that quickly, and he managed to knock one a second time around. And PE Sports, well, they are dumbfounded of what Traps did, but that was an awesome play from Todak.
And that's what we call a tempo breaker. When you drop around like that, and you don't have much time to pick yourself back up, it really puts you to the test whether PE Sports can recover.
Whoop.
The experience will now come into play. The grenade tagging onto Nolan, but doesn't have the electrotherapy, so not too much of a scratch. In fact, Traps gonna use the time turner, and now 2v2 inside the dome is Traps against Nolan, Noki against Nero. Traps loses. The guy that clutched out the previous round, removed from the equation. Noki now has to step up to the occasion, but it's just too much. The electrotherapy proved to be too daunting for Todak to deal with, and PE Sports wins a clean round.
Yeah, clean round indeed. And Lauho, great position though on the rooftop. He has oversight, and just knowing where the position of Todak is gives them that advantage. And even LBT on the flank, and that's, I mean, great positioning for PE Sports. This is what we want. This is the surprise that I'm looking for. Now it's equalized on 4, now in round 9. Let's see who will go in as a better team, because for Todak's side, they can go in for long flank on the right side from where we're looking at, and just sticking together can throw off what PE Sports has to offer. But everyone's prioritizing an airdrop, where we know that also PE Sports is expecting them to be there.
Oh yeah, and that's why I think, for the side of Todak, they need to somehow stem the bleeding. Sadly, PE Sports have already got to drop onto Vidal. Nero does go down. Traps again, spring to life. Can they get rid of him? Nolan will get the job done. Numbers on Todak not looking too good. The health bar is also dwindling. Lao Ho down in the red, but Noki goes down. Now Faiz is left all alone. Plenty of time for Nolan to go back for the pickup. LBT somehow escapes into the shadows, and PE Sports looking to bring this to match point. Faiz tries to progress forward, but Nolan one-ups him. PE Sports at match point.
Why bring a sniper to a CQC? That is the question that I often have, but there's no choice. I mean, he had no choice. He needs to run in as both AWM and VSK for Faiz, and doesn't have a backup plan just in case this happened. But it's tough though, because again, I am seeing a pattern that PE Sports is expecting Todak to be heading under the airdrop, and it happens on only twice but thrice already. And LBT for that flank with that M18A7 is what throws off that momentum against Todak. So let's see if that will work this time around, if Todak can turn things to their favor, because match point already for PE Sports.
Yep. PE Sports, one more round, and then they are going to win this first map. This is the closest one we had so far. Let's see, Todak. Can they turn this around? Faiz actually repositions himself back onto the low ground, so they lose the vantage point. Nero gladly takes that fight, now taking too much damage. Nero out of position.
First blood.
Sacrifice amounting to nothing for the team, as the rest of PE Sports now going to get pressured by Todak. Faiz takes out Lao Ho. Todak seemingly are going to send us to sudden death.
Cedo, LBT. Great shotgun to use up close and personal, but not so much from the same. And Noki delivers. Now we are going in, both of them 5-5.
Yeah,
either way, we are going to see who's going to win, and it gets even more exciting. We do have to go for a quick pause, because there are some issues that need to be fixed from the sides of the players. So don't go away. The excitement is just building up between the two teams.
Yeah. And I mean, again, this is gonna be tough, right? We are literally in sudden death right now. So whoever wins the next round, it's gonna go straight, and it's gonna be one up this series. It's gonna be, again, very stressful, right? Right off the bat, PE Sports, they're looking very strong. Todak able to equalize things, and then we had the tempo breaker clutch, but then PE Sports recovered, and now it all comes down to this. Winner takes all, and not only that, if you win 2-0, you go into the upper bracket, the 1-0 bracket, but eventually those points are going to matter when we decide whether you are going into which part of the bracket in the playoffs too. So that's why the teams gotta do whatever they can to at least try and secure 2-0.
Exactly. Well, we have a technical pause right now, and we're going to go back into the battle. But once again, we've seen so much potential for both teams, especially that Traps clutch. But we also, in terms of position, as well as understanding how to give backup to their teammates, is where PE Sports is, I would say, is transcending in this game, because they do have information, they do have that coda as well as that iris, and they can get those information into play. The only difference now is that A124 is not being used to the perfect timing, and that's what Todak needs to do. They need to get in better communication. Once that A124 drill battle gets popped, everyone should be ready to rush in, or not, if not, just at least get in position so that they'll be able to take advantage.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is going to be quite an important round. I mean, we've seen how these two teams want to approach these fights. I told that, again, fast and furious, and for PE Sports, they are willing to take these fights, but if possible, they want to be able to get long range pickouts first, which seems to be the plan and has gotten them to this point. But if anything, I think Todak's idea on taking on PE Sports is really starting to come into fruition, right? The aggression, especially the off-tempo ones where they suddenly spring the trap, it is making PE Sports, a bit disorientated in terms of how they want to respond.
See though, I mean, hopefully they can shake those disorientation away, because again, sudden death right now between these two teams, and well, there's still recovery that can be done after this, but they don't want to lose out. They don't want to lose out, especially for those teams who wants to get a good record, and as you did mention, dictates their position or who they go against with on that next level, on that next bracket. So let's see though. I believe we still have plenty of time to spare to talk more about these teams, unless the teams are ready to go into play, unless everything has been fixed for both sides.
Yeah, and of course for both teams, the craziest thing is that the next round is going to be the last round anyways, and then you have some time to prep for the next map too. So that is going to be quite interesting in terms of like the momentum, right? Because you kind of get a window to kind of cool down, kind of pause your footsteps a little bit, and then it instantly decides who wins the round. So let's see who gets a cold start and who still keeps that engine warm.
And you know how tough it is. So if you're already locked in, and then these things happen, it would slow down you. It throws off the balance. It throws out off the energy that we already have from the beginning of the game. So I guess, well, timer's out. The game's about to start, and we are back to the decider game on who's getting the first point between these two teams. And, well, same trajectory for both, but PE Sports blanks with 2 might be able to take on Videls, but they backed away. Don't want to get in the fight, just prioritizing on an airdrop.
Okay, the Flame Mirage is going to expose Nolan, so forces him to use another glue wall. And even that is not enough, because that wall was not tall enough to protect him from a headshot. LBT losing plenty of health, but doesn't have the electrotherapy on him. So Todak now goes on the chase. Noki very deep into enemy territories. Double Dome getting dropped down. Noki pressuring LBT, but Nero now gets separated, and Noki needs help from his teammates. They somehow were able to keep Nolan on the back and fires, get the snipe with the LBT. Perfect execution from Todak as they swarm PE Sports front line and leaving Lao Ho to pick up the pieces. Every single member of PE Sports down except for the snipers, and this is too much for Lao Ho. Todak with the opening win on Bermuda.
Yeah, opening win and finish off that round number 1. But I love this because I thought that because of the pause, their momentum would be thrown, but how they split up, how they isolate the player of PE Sports, despite of being connected with that basic therapy, they just went separate ways. And that's what threw off the gameplay of some of the teams. If you know you're connected with that Cassie, most of the time you should be together. And that's what the opponents are expecting at that point. But no, at that time, Glue Wall blocked them. Even the Time Turner blocked them from sticking together, and it did work for Todak from that game.
Yeah, I gotta say, Noki's rush into the backline, that was chef's kiss, right? Because there's a universe where he instantly gets taken down and then the game ends there. But we saw 2 Time Turners being dropped down, and Noki able to bob and weave around, not just the glue wall, but also the Time Turner, and they ended up separating PE Sports instead. Despite PE Sports holding the area and having Lao Ho shooting from afar, somehow it was Fires that got the initial knockdown.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Lao Ho's position, though, it's good if there's an open area, because the glue wall just threw off his position. He doesn't have that elevation compared to when you're in the compound. And that's why in most instances in Clock Tower, they go in for the second floor, if not the third floor, because you can get elevation, you can even get position of your opponents without using those active skill. And that's where the team, Todak, took advantage, and it's just closer to where they spawned as well. So one thing I would suggest for PE Sports, if they could have used the skills that they have to probably like push Todak away from that second floor, from that third floor, because they do have that electrotherapy, they do have that time turner. So if they rush in, they can still sustain, and Coda just to find out where they are. And pretty sure if that pops up early into the game, you would spot that everyone is on that compound. So I'm not sure what happened with PE Sports, but well, it is what it is, and Todak grabs that first point.
Match MVP, of course, it's going to be Noki, who 10 eliminations, almost 3,000 total damage, but was also the primary reason they won the final round. Very well deserved. I mean, again, the rusher of Todak, this guy has been around for quite a while, and right now, and under the banner of Todak, has been quite a comeback for this player.
Yeah, but for me, my MVP would be Traps, just because of that clutch that he did. But let's not take it away from Noki. He is a great player as well. He did show up in the latter part of that round, and I want to see more from either one, whether it's like Traps and Noki, even Bidels, as well as Faiz. Faiz is like, I know he's a crucial player as well, but he doesn't do that much compared to what we've seen other sniper do. And that's what we are asking for Todak. Yes, they won this game, but it's very close. So if they can probably increase that lead, and it starts up with Faiz as well. It's not always the front runner. It's not always the rusher. It can be that sniper to put in the initial damage, and then just a confirmation can be done with the rest.
Oh yeah, and again, look at the overall stats, right? Like Lao Ho has 14 assists despite having 2 eliminations. So, you know, PE Sports again making like this entire round 1 was made incredibly close. I feel, ask me for MVP from PE Sports, I would probably say Lao Ho with the amount of long range support he's been able to provide for the team. But it's about finishing the game, and unfortunately for PE Sports, they just fell short in the last 2 rounds.
Exactly. I mean, let's see though. You still have a couple potential rounds for this team, but hopefully it's not detrimental for the morale of PE Sports. So they are setting up, and our map. So we're done with Bermuda. Our next map, if I'm not mistaken, is Kalahari, and this is where Lao Ho would be able to dominate. Like elevation, distance, that's where snipers most of the time. And even for Faiz, as I was calling him out, do a little bit more. So let's see if this is where they really pop off.
Oh yeah. See Todak now in high spirits for sure, prepping for the second round. I mean, again, for PE Sports, they've seen them work miracles. Even in the Battle Royale mode, PE Sports is one of the few front runners. Even from week 1 alone, right? Only falling behind, I think, RRQ. They will finish second by the end of week 1. But when we go to Kalahari, this is where all the chips are down. PE Sports and Todak don't really have the best history on Kalahari.
Yeah, let's see though if they'll be able to recover from that, because it's tough seeing them really try their best and lose out in not a great fashion. Now, let's see if this Kalahari can turn things around, not only for the team, but also for the player itself, because earlier we saw that the numbers reel in, and it's not so much for the snipers. And if you can adapt to, say, teams like, you know how for Burim United, Moshi brings in a lot on the table in terms of Clash Squad, even Rasia, even Do for AG Global. If you face with them or against them, and then replicate what they can do, then that will be a good counter as well. It's not always the active skill department. It's more of how can you adjust against your opponent, knowing that there are some flaws to some of their tactics, and then take advantage of that and probably take out your sniper, take out oversight, and then that's where you deal with the rest. But it's tough though, because it's in Battle Royale you have to deal with third party, not so much in Clash Squad, but here you need to deal with economy that you don't have in the beginning. And if you lose out in the first 2 rounds, it might snowball against you.
Oh yeah. So I think that's why I think on Kalahari, I want to see if the composition changes, right? Because I feel like Kalahari might favor P Sports a bit more in terms of how they approach these long-range fights. And there are a lot of areas on Kalahari which Todak might struggle a little bit, like Mammoth and Refinery. So I feel like this is going to be a bit tougher on Todak unless they have a separate approach to this map. Maybe they take the Santino. We haven't seen the clue. Perhaps you forego the A124 for more intel gathering?
Well, I didn't see much of the A124 though. I am pretty sure that helped Todak really win those fights, but didn't see that much being used or affecting PE Sports, because in most instances that a thrill battle has been popped, like it's just a timing. Todak is just, or PE Sports rather, is playing with the timing of that thrill battle, and they're still getting away after that has been popped. So let's see though, Todak banning Santino. So after Faiz used that, they don't want that in the table. And let's see what will be the other one. Well, Oscar will be banned. So it seems like Todak has an open for Iris if they choose to.
Yeah. Iris Chrono is the opener. Okay. It could be Iris and Zane, I guess, for PE. Or Cassie. Tatsuya Cassie is still there. I feel like Todak probably might be considering Tatsuya in this case, right? Tatsuya Chrono. They can take Tatsuya Cassie if they want. But with only Iris left, it's going to be a tough choice. Tatsuya is a guarantee.
Yeah, well, Tatsuya. Clue. Okay. Great counter for Koda. So we have a counter for Zane as well. Well, Zane was a counter for Chrono, and then we have Clue against Koda. Now, don't have anything for a rush, but they can bring in, like they can steal that Ignis away from Todak, because we've seen that being used by Todak in their advantage. So that's one thing. A124 probably it's still open, but I don't think, because it's rarely being used in Clash Squad. So I was assuming that it's for Grand Finals, but there you have it, the Raiden! The Raiden is back, so that slowdown with the Spiders would be crucial for them, and there goes Ignis, still going back to the side of Todak.
Oh yes, this is... Again, we said that a lot of teams haven't really experimented with the Rider, and for good reasons. But this now changes a lot of things, right? This Raiden, the slow, is going to put a small dent into what the Tatsuya wants to achieve. If the Spider is placed in the correct location, Ignis is still gonna help Todak move on forward, but into a Koda, it might not be the most effective. It wouldn't be as effective as expected.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, I understand what Todak's playing with right now. They're trying to stick to what they have earlier, but they don't have that Santino anymore. So, and Faiz will be using that clue. So it's more of information just to counter what Koda has to offer. I'm saying about a combination of Koda and Iris. But it seems like Iris with Lauho the Iris and Nero the Koda seems to be a better choice, especially in this map, Kalahari. And then they have front runners like Nolan and LBT with that Zane and Raiden. So you have a strong contender plus a chance to slow down your opponent, and you can just pinch. You can just go ahead and rush, and then clear enough vision for PE Sports. I'm seeing that this might be a PE Sports game. This might be PE Sports round.
Yeah, I have a feeling too, right? Just judging by the draft itself, I do like what PE Sports has brought to the table. A lot of intel gatherers, solid front line, and again, when we talk about Kalahari, feels like it's more of PE Sports playground with just how they, just the playstyle from round 1 itself.
Yeah. I mean, their snipers, well, they have one sniper, but they tend to have multiple in the same round. So it would play well for them, and it is showing as well in this in the lineup that they have right now. So they can use that Iris, they can use that Coda. I don't know. I mean, I would love to see what response Todak has for this in the gameplay, because that's where it really matters. Because we've seen a lot of teams use, I would say, close to perfect active skill, but if it doesn't match your style, if you're just playing with counters and it doesn't match your style, it would just be a waste. So I'm looking forward to how PE Sports is going to turn things around and probably get another point, equalizing their game or this series against Todak.
Yeah, for sure. Again, Todak known for their, in Bahasa we say the Langga playstyle, which means that, you know, you ram into people, and that has been the Todak motto as always. And that's why this rushing in your face playstyle is such a Todak thing to do. Again, probably PE Sports can kind of pick them off from afar, then that's where it falls apart for Todak, right? We've seen that on Bermuda. It has proven to work.
Probably one reason why the PE Sports keeps banning Oscar, because it matches the pros. I mean, if you are an Oscar, you can go for a Langga gameplay.
Yeah, for sure.
You can go head on, like bash your head, and still a knockback as well. So, well, again, it's just preventing Todak right now to be that aggressive. But, well, there's not so much of aggressive gameplay that can be seen, especially in this map. Look at the space. Look at the path. You can only get aggressive up close and personal, and the path is quite long. So let's see who's taking advantage. And it seems like Todak wants to get in their face right now. 2v3 up close, but no takedown just yet. Quick recovery from LBT and Nolan.
Oh yeah, Nero opening onto Noki, and that's his round 1 MVP. Fires actually gets LBT with the ice grenade. They want to pick him back up, but unfortunately, Nolan doesn't have time to do so. Vidal comes in with the time turner. Traps is behind. LBT surely is a goner, but Nero somehow wins that fight against Vidal's. Todak not really expecting this outcome. Now Fires brings out the side. Nolan tries to disengage, and Lao Ho helps him from downtown. Traps is the only one left with the pistol in hand. Gets Nolan down, but it's him against Lao Ho and Nero.
Well, let's see though if you can manage to get a clutch on this. Here comes Nero and 500. And, well, puts in so much of damage against Traps. And the pickup is being done right now. And Nero managed to finish him off. First round, the pistol round, goes to PE Sports.
Yeah, Nero once more stepping up. Holy cow, 2 sharp shots, and then Lao Ho with the support fire from 10 miles away. Very unfortunate, because I felt like Todak has gotten a drop on the PE Sports. Just were not landing the shots.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, good flank for them, good initiation as well. Even the trade-off, because Noki has been dropped, and then the trade-off has happened. But the finisher didn't happen as well, and it just kept PE Sports from running them over. Now, Santa Catarina, there's so many of a moving room right here. But for the snipers who's keeping distance, Lao Ho, Parafal in hand, great damage in long range. But let's see if that can, there will be an opening against Todak, because they've split off on a 3-1, and Nolan might be the first one to go if Trap spots him.
Yeah, that's why Santa Catarina here taking the inside of the ship is actually very important. But I believe the high ground, there is one member of PE Sports there, and that's Nero. Traps knows this. I don't think he does. Fires is creeping up on these. Yeah, he spots Nero. That's gonna flush him out into the open too, but with Traps being under fire, Nero might just be able to retreat without suffering a knockdown. Vidal holds his angle, sees the drop from Nero. He needs a bit of help, but Fires finally collects that, and Lao Ho springs into the action, only to be stopped by Fires. Todak covering all bases.
Unfortunate though, I mean, Todak could have taken another one, but well, they have to wait. Lao Ho would be the final player who's coming in outside the blue, and he has damage as well. So this might be it. Todak will be finishing him off. There goes a Rebel Rush and a backstab with the mini Uzi, and Noki does the deed at this point. But again, it's more of how the Todak just waited for the perfect timing. They don't have great position because not so much of opening inside of the ship. And Lao Ho has a better chance of really getting them or shooting at them. But it's a good thing that PE Sports also didn't risk exposing themselves. That gives Todak that winning game.
Let's see. Again, PE Sports, if they can get these Spider out, maybe they can stop the Tatsuya, right? The smoke grenade, it's not doing as much as they want. The Spider is being thrown there into the containers, but Nolan stands in front and they leave the flank open. Very weird move from PE Sports. Utility usage definitely not on point. Now they're gonna rely on gunfight to win it. That punish instantly. And again, PE Sports a bit messy. Round 3, Lao Ho not really able to do much in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, execution, it's cool. It's really like finishing off your opponent in style, but it takes a while as well, and at that moment, it is not worth it. Now, Noki, level 3, MP5. It's just a matter of time. The Traps beats him to it. It's now 2-1, but PE Sports still has a good chance. They, if I'm not mistaken, they managed to at least save up and even grab that airdrop. So they have a little bit more points on them. The only question, though, is how can they pull out any like better weapon against Todak right now? Because level 3 or 2 M590 make that 3 MP5 rather, and this is where it gets deadly for Todak.
Oh yeah. I see. I mean, if Todak can take advantage of that again, then it will be massive, right? We saw the smoke grenade early on was thrown out by the side of PE, but they ended up messing up the utility, the utility usage and also the follow-up to that. And that's why Todak was able to take advantage of that. Fires was left uncontested. This smoke grenade is doing a lot more harm than good. So what's the plan of PE? I think that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I guess they just want to get the airdrop, but it exposes, like, yeah, it hides your specific position, but it exposes your general location. So instead of like having an element of surprise, you just say, oh, we're here inside the smoke. So it's just a matter of time before they steps out, but Traps would be the first one to go out. But Vidal still have an angle against Lao Ho, as well as the 3 players, though. So I couldn't say that Todak would be losing out on this one, but the blue would be closing in. And Faiz has been spotted as well. Aurora Vision being used. And there's little to no chance of escape for Faiz unless he picks up by 2 players of Todak and they regroup. Otherwise, this might be it for Todak.
Vidal is trying to really fall back to buy some time, but that time turn is making life so hard. LBT doing the boogie on him, just dances around him and gets the knockdown, and unfortunately it's just too much for Todak. So PE Sports, the equalizer, a bit of a pop-off there on the player's screen, and understandably so with this one for LBT. It looked a lot cooler from third-person view, but still, PE Sports doing a great job in stalling out Todak's round.
But unfortunate for Vidals, though. I mean, he's the one who popped up that time turner, and it was used against him. Like, the number of bullets that he wasted trying to shoot him down, and it didn't get the timing. So, if in case he got the timing right, he does have some covers because of those woods, and he will not be shut down that easily. So, let's see, though. Smokes pop once again. A cover to what? Again, that's the question for the team, but Trapped right now, great shot on Nero! Before doing so, Vidals as well as Faiz has been knocked down. 2v2 situation, and Noki is a little bit too aggressive with M590. Nolan trying to go for the pickup, but he doesn't survive. And Traps right now, together with Noki, rushes in, and Todak wants to end this quick.
Wow, so no one got eliminated from Todak's side. I thought at least PE will get something. Noki definitely the key player that round. Again, Todak Langa, right? Like, you see the way that they move, they really just have no regards what PE is doing, right? It's the lack of respect that Todak had towards PE that is allowing them to beat PE in these situations. Usually teams would take these engages a lot more calculated, give a lot more respect to the space and the area of fire, but then you have Todak who were just running straight towards the gun barrel and just 1-2 shot the person. Now at Mammoth, this is where I expect PE to have a lot more safety net to play with, but unfortunately, after losing the previous round, they don't have the best weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they do have that VSK, LBT, and Lao Ho. So let's see if this is something that they can advantage at this point. Smokes pop once again. And most of the time, it's Todak's position who would be at a disadvantage. Traps, though, on the flank. But seeing that PE Sports didn't really push through against Noki and Videls, they might have spotted traps already. But Fies, this is a position that is great because no one would expect him to be there. But the Blues closing in, and they've spent so many time on this stalemate.
Nolan needs to watch. Nolan and Lao Ho needs to watch the high ground, especially Lao Ho, because that's where the snipers of Todak is positioned at. That could make the difference. Todak, again, creating some pressure, but Trap found out. Good stuff from Lao Ho. Without that long-range support, PE Sports can now focus on the fight right in front of them. Good blue wall from Nolan. Noki somehow able to take down Lao Ho. Nolan needs to win this one, and of course he will. Nolan 1v2 gets the job almost done, but the time turner stays with Els and gives him a second chance to help Noki. LBT, unfortunately, not in a position to help. Will still try with the glue wall placed down by Noki in front. Him and Vidal trying to double up onto LBT. And gets it done. Now it's down to Nero, and Nero does just enough. Uncontested from the low ground. Nero wins the round.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Nero just managed to get those shots in spite of all the pressure being brought in by Todak, even on the high ground, and they were forced out in the open. And I was expecting, like, Todak was just pushing one player from PE Sports to drop, and that loses life. But no, it was just a bait being set up by PE Sports, and Nero took advantage.
I mean, again, it would I just cashed Todak off guard. Maybe they kind of lost track of where Nero was. That's the last man you expect to be holding a sniper rifle in that situation. That was going to cut off the right side of the building. Here comes the second one, this time courtesy of Todak. Nolan once more caught out in the open. Long enough for them to finally get him down, and LBT was able to get a trade in the meantime. And LBT with the second one, then Nate comes through. Vidal, unfortunately, not able to survive LBT, who just got a 3-piece all on his own. And against Fies and Lao Ho, unfortunately, Fies is completely outnumbered.
Oh my goodness, I mean, PE Sports, one guy dealing with 3. Not only on one round, but twice already. Earlier it was Nero. Now it was LBT. See Lao Ho. Not so much of breathing space for Faiz. And there goes damage as well as LBT for the final shot. And LBT, if I'm mistaken, he did an ace at that point. And well, PE Sports, we were expecting more from Todak, but I'm loving how PE Sports is showing up.
Yeah, LBT with the essentially an ace, a 1v4, right? He did a 1v3 earlier on, again, isolated fights. It's one of the golden rules in any shooter-related game titles. Even if you're outnumbered, if you can isolate the fights, it doesn't matter if it's up against 4 members. If you isolate them, it's a 1v1 anyways. The chances become better to win. LBT and Nolan sticking together. Vidals and Noki doing the same as well. The bomb actually missing from Fire, so I'm not really sure where he's going for, but the rush from Todak is going to be imminent. Gonna take priority with initiative, and Nolan just blasts Noki as he comes through the window. And that's pretty much done. This rush has ended. And unfortunately for Todak, they also lost traps off screen.
Yeah, I mean, off-screen, Traps has been taken out. Fai's questionable position, but I do understand he needs that. And there you have it. Raiden being used to get away from a shot. But with Lao Ho be able to finish him off into smokes, he shoots with no sign of Fai's. Nero good chance to finish him off. But no, slowing down under the bridge. He's seen, he shot, but not taken down just yet. But here comes the blue as well. Spells trouble for Todak, and PE Sports gets match point.
LBT just laughing, you know, his butt off on screen when the Raiden caught Videls. Finally, we see that put to action. Obviously, it's not the easiest ability to use, but that flush was immaculate from PE Sports. Again, winning the initial clash, Todak, they go for the run you down playstyle, but it is a double-edged sword. And then 2 rounds for the equalizer and 3 for the win. Smoke grenade being thrown out by PE Sports. Todak gonna take possession of the midpoint, and Noki ends up losing half his health bar, so he's gonna be forced back to the tent. Nero is pretty much all alone. It's him, Traps, and Fies in the same vicinity. A 1v2 in the corner. Vidal's caught by the Raiden again. Poor guy.
It's a good thing he does have the time turner. So despite of him, like walking with his pants down, that's how it looks. He's walking with his pants down. He's still safe, and no one has been taken out. I spoke too soon. There goes the trade-off. Noki and Nero being taken out, but Noki can still be picked up. And Nolan says no. Videls will be going down. PE Sports wants to end it. 2v3 situation, and Nolan for the chase. The only question is to where will Traps survive? Vice has been spotted. There goes the Spire. MBT for the backstab. Traps managed to get away, but will he survive against the 2 players or 3 players of PE Sports? And no, he doesn't.
Not as close as the first map. PE Sports closes it out 6-3 on Kalahari. We did say that on Clash Squad, this map definitely feels like it favors PE Sports a lot more. And I think the results have shown it. But I think everyone out there can agree that Todak put up a pretty good fight. I mean, they made it pretty close, right? We kind of know that the odds are going to favor PE Sports overall, but Todak was able to bring it to as close as they humanly possible. So, I mean, the props to Todak. A good fight from them, but PE Sports will be the one who advances to the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen from the active skill alone that we are favoring PE Sports from that game, but we've also seen the capability of like players from PE Sports. If you can like close out 3 opponents in 1 round, that would be viable for you to win most of the games. And it becomes more challenging right now because it's either team. Todak and PE Sports, both the team has won already, and we're getting into next era. We're in, I would say, in terms of composition, not active skill, but player composition, it's looking like it's favoring PE Sports. 2 player that is well on the long range, or a sniper, can utilize the compounds from next era quite well.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Todak, we're not gonna get to the 3rd map, match MVP for this one. It's going to be Lao Ho. I mean, again, PE Sports, they were able to kind of bring us to this state. We say that Todak, they're gonna put up a good fight, even in map number 1, right, where PE Sports, the momentum got cut very short. So for PE Sports, they get a chance to show that they on a map that favors them, when they get to play the comp. Todak kind of struggles in this CQC, and like I say, LBT and Nero, this game was phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love how both LBT and Nero just managed to get simultaneous 3 elimination from different rounds, and that's really turns the tide to their favor. Now on the scoreboard, 6-3 on the points for that round number 2, and well, Videls as well as Faiz did a lot. I was asking this for Faiz, but I was not expecting the Traps. Even Noki would underperform like this. So not quite sure if it's communication, probably if it's the composition they have, but it needs to be balanced. It needs to be balanced with all 4 players from Todak, regardless if you're a sniper or a CQC player. But I knew what threw off the team. It's that Raiden, as well as a combination of Iris and Koda. that PE Sports use. And well, it just equalized this board for both teams. And again, we'll have to see if any combination or any composition in terms of active skill can give Todak that advantage, because I already have my thoughts on PE Sports in terms of player skills.
Yeah, this is the first series of the day that we go to 3 games, and we did say if Todak is able to take down PE Sports, then the equivalent significance is going to be same as Kagendra beating RQ yesterday with a 2-1 score. So we head to Nextera, and that's where everything gets thrown out the window, right? Again,
yeah,
statistically, PE Sports definitely does better than Todak's bit on Nextera, if memory serves. I'm not sure in Clash Squad, but in Battle Royale, I think overall PE Sports just had a way better experience. But after a close shave in game 1 and quite a dominant victory in game 2, now it's Todak's turn to find a way back.
Let's see though if they can find their way back, because after those multiple elimination being done by single players, that would be damaging in the morale of a team. And we've seen that happen. If Todak is in a roll, yes, they're in a roll. They bring that aggression. But if they are affected with what happened in some of the games, and it seems like that's one of the factors as well, then it would be hard on them this time around. And they have been playing, I would say, in spite of 3 points compared to 6-5 that we have earlier, they are bringing it all. And hopefully they chug more of that Red Bull to make sure that they have enough energy for this round number 3. But for PE Sports, well, they don't want to deal with that time turner. And let's see though, what would be the ban for Todak, because it seems like they can get rid of some of the active skill that affected them, and Raiden is one of those. But it would be such a waste though. Zane might be the next ban.
Yeah, I agree. I think Chrono has been a big problem, but the Koda gets banned out. Okay, Todak taking a very different approach to this.
Alright. So I guess they see the potential on how that threw off, especially in mid-fight, wherein they are in position, but because of the Aurora Vision, they are being spotted. So Oscar will be picked for side of PE Sports. Now, what would be the response though? There goes the Zane, so they're taking it away from PE Sports, and the Tatsuya as well. So still, as you mentioned, the Langa gameplay is on. They will be smashing their heads against their opponent, but at what cost or how long?
Yeah, do you take Iris Clue here or Cassie? Right now, it's PE Sports that has to make a choice. Boys in their court, they take the Santino. It's either Iris or Santino, so I don't mind either of them. But I think Santino probably is the smarter choice, since the Todak already has a lot of front loader utility. But they also take the Cassie away. That leaves Iris or Todak if they want the Clue as well. PE Sports can still go for Raiden, I think, but if they do that, then a lot of the responsibilities will be on Oscar's shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you put in a Raiden, then you would have 3 in the front line, or Cassie would be in the mid line. So Clue together with what? It seems like Homer. All right. Well, I was expecting that it's different, because they don't have the Koda already. They don't have that time turner as well. So let's see though, what would be the response? Which active skill can be a counter for either Zane, Iris? Oh no, they have Santino already. So I don't think they need an Iris, but Iris.
Okay. So
yeah,
take Iris. Wow, alright.
Yeah, it does make sense, because they do have 2 snipers. Most of the time they have 2 snipers. So yeah, makes sense.
Huh. I mean, sure. It definitely is a very, I mean, we did say that this team wants to play, long range and, keep Todak at an arm's length. But they run 2 snipers into this comp. It is not going to be easy, right? So now they really need to make sure that they have Oscar hold the front, Oscar and Cassie hold the front, and then Santino and Iris, they have to make every shot count from behind.
Yeah, I mean, It's tough if situation can give you like that position or like put you in that position. So, all right. I'm trying to play things in my mind right now how this works, but if I'm going to Wei, who has better advantage, it seems like PE Sports still has, because again we did mention that the in terms of map, PE Sports has, I mean, their skills matches the map. Now that they're also matching the active skills, seems like they're carrying over what they did in round number 2. But when we look at Todak though, potential of like again the Langa gameplay, just head on. They have the Zane, they have Tatsuya, they can get information, even use Homer's skill to their advantage. So this is where I don't know who's going to win.
Even for the draft itself, like I feel like I'm leaning towards Todak's draft slightly more compared to PE. I think it makes slightly more sense. It's a lot more all-rounded, but just based off of the series so far, the PE Sports again have a very clear direction on how to shut down Todak. The main difference right now is that without the chrono, every single shot is a lot more lethal.
Yeah.
So if PE Sports can get an upper hand on Todak, suddenly this game would be a whole lot different.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see how different it would be. I'm really excited to how it's going to be brought in by both PE Sports and Todak right now. Again, I still couldn't say. It seems like PE Sports has the perfect composition, active skill with their players, with the map itself. So I'm looking forward to Todak really performing well this time around, but it's tough. It's tough to call. I'm really looking forward to how this is going to end up and which part of the map we're going to start it off. For me personally, I want to start off in Grab Labs because I want that out of the way. Pistol round out of the way, I'm good. So they can focus more on different maps, different area of the maps in the remaining rounds.
Yeah, I actually agree with that, right? Or I can be devil's advocate. We go Graph Labs in round 11, and then we let it, we let it do its own thing, right? You see whatever happens.
Yeah.
Then you can blame the map. You can get mad at the area that you play on. But either way, etc. It's going to be quite interesting, right? Because again, based off of the draft, it feels like PE Sports have the slightly more all-rounded composition. But this is probably also one of the closest series that we don't know who to call to be the eventual winner at the end. Todak with a 4-man stack, get the read right, a 4 against 2 situation. Surely they win this with pistols, even with the Cassie on the side of PE Sports. Nothing that can be done. Cassie does not Todak, sorry. PE Sports losing members. Todak still getting 2 of their own traded out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate. They have great ideation for Todak. Like, they are heading in using that portal and the 4 stack against 2 opponents, but airdrop, not really worth it. Despite of having a scythe and, well, it's just tough. Oh, there goes the shot. M500 from Lao Ho. But let's see if Lao Ho can survive the blue as well. So it's a 1v2 situation. Videls is still on full HP. And let's see who's going to win this.
Honestly, thought Lao Ho was going to try and bring his teammate back up, but was afraid that that the members of Todak are going to be nearby. Obviously, spirit and morale for PE still quite nice. Despite them being at a disadvantage, LBT is laughing at the situation. It's like, it's up to you now, Lao Ho. I don't have to get my hands dirty. Down to the ground floor he goes. Blue Zone continues to close in. Vidal's chasing him. Lao Ho has a chance.
Kill.
Fire shuts it down with more health bar to work with. So Todak with pistols.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I love that USP2 as well in pistol rounds. I know it costs a lot, but in terms of potential damage, this brings in a lot. And the same goes with M500. It's just unfortunate that it takes a level of accuracy that I don't have. So let's see though. for both sides. I'm seeing M1917 and Vice bring in, is this a VSS or VSA? VSS right now. So great potential for long range, but also great fire rate in the mid range. And everyone for Todak is heading onto Noki, or rather onto Nero.
Oi.
And Noki's the first one to go down from the hands of Lao Ho. Quite a surprise though, didn't expect that.
Noki just got distracted by the Santino clone. Ends up paying with his life. Fai's gonna try and bring Videls back up, but they stop him. Almost got the job done. He's gonna try again. A quick boost over the shoulder. Nolan cleans up Fires, and Videl probably doesn't have much left in the tank already. He's gonna try his best, but this massive win for PE Sports. And it's just this, look at that. Loki straight up distracted by a Santino doppelganger.
I mean, it's the, and that's one thing. It provides great distraction as well as great reposition, because if in case it's not taken down, or if in case it is taken down, you will get information on your opponent on where they are shooting at. And also, like, they will need to reload, so you have a chance to rush in. So let's see though what response will be done by Todak. It's 1-for-1 right now, and at this point it can be anyone with a high ground, especially with that moving platform, can be utilized. But Faiz, no cover, and he won't be able to cover the two players well in the middle, who is Noki and Videl. So it would be a risk for Todak right now, but the airdrop has been grabbed already. But Noki says, all right, let's bring it on. I'm going to deal with you. There it goes, that rush, and well, Noki goes down, Videls goes down as well. M1917 on that gameplay, only bringing so much damage.
And this time it didn't pay off. Sadly, the electrotherapy was too much for Todak to handle. Nola and Nero both had the double revolver, so give them a good beating down there. It's still a 2v2. The only advantage that PE Sports has is that Faiz is one shot away from dropping. It has to do with the blue zone too. Most likely PE Sports going to win this fight. Still able to heal back up in time, but they are watching him. Connection to the utility. Todak doesn't really matter too much. Fires now takes a conveyor belt. Again, Nero and Nolan on low ground. Fires needs to somehow land a double headshot to even have a chance. Holding on pretty well, but unfortunately, Traps was not able to provide enough backup, and now Fires is forced to fight.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, Faiz will not only be forced to fight, but will be forced to jump as well. Shots onto Nero, Traps a little bit too far, and there we have it. The rush by Nolan saves him, and Traps still goes down. Now it's a 1v1 situation, and there goes Nolan, who might be going down as well. VSS, and that's how you use this weapon. Great fire rate, even against the MP5, managed to win that game.
Great stuff from the side of Todak. Fires played that perfectly. And even with the initial win, in terms of the 1v1 from the side of PE Sports, when Trap went down, Fires was able to instantly do a trade. And here we go, Graph Labs. The bonus round for Todak. See if PE Sports can wrestle it back again.
My most hated part of the map. What? Well, I'm not playing, so it doesn't matter. PE Sports all stack against Traps. Let's see though. No one's jumping in carelessly, because the moment that they jump in and jump up, they will be exposed. But Faiz is being that distraction, and let's see if Lao Ho will be caught off guard. LBT repositions. Now, will he be able to take down Noki? No, still managed to survive. And this one talking about how deadly Grab Labs is, because it throws up your accuracy. Now it's a 1v2 situation. Nolan has the potential to go for the pickup right now and trying to prioritize in it, but Traps will try to prevent that. But no, goes for that revive and still goes down.
And Faiz gets cleaned up. Nolan with the ace to bring PE Sports to the equalizer.
Oh my goodness. That was something else. I didn't expect that to happen. I didn't expect that to happen at all. For Noki, he could have just rushed in. he could have clear out PE Sports and leave one behind. But no, he went in for a prioritization and a revive, which is valiant, but unfortunately cost them that round as well.
Off to a strong start too just now. Todak dropping the ball a little bit on grab flaps. Definitely felt like a missed opportunity with the amount of play that they made earlier on. Here comes the rush. Vidals. Ooh. Since the start of the series, Hazard has been the poorest performer, the one that's been struggling the most. Still needing him to step up, and he has yet to find his groove deep into the series. First blood for PE again. Fires shot down from long range and traps. So they have a lot to have to deal with. Is able to down another member of PE Sports still. Lao Ho getting shot down. Okay. Traps now has a chance.
Come on.
LBT gets brought back up. He goes for Vidal. The glue wall gets shot down. And Nolan once more shuts the show down. 11 eliminations for this man.
And that's one thing though. I mean, quite surprised that they're not bringing in the Thiva at this point. It's very useful to go for a quick pickup, and in those moments you kind of turn things around. But well, let's see though on how things can be turned, because PE Sports, they have the momentum, they have the capability, and it's showing right. They have the weapon and they have the coins. So more favoring PE Sports at this point. But well, as we head in here, there's 3 ways that they can deal with this. Either stack up in the middle, and Traps getting a little bit too excited though, trying to go in against Lao Ho, and Lao Ho feels it. He tries to get away, giving an opening and baiting Traps in the open against Nolan, and just regroup. But they are now stuck on this second floor where players from Todak is just waiting for them to pop out.
Yeah, Traps is going to be a big X factor that keeps PE Sports on their toes. But that's assuming that Todak can funnel PE Sports into an uncomfortable spot. They are in the center of the circle. LBT will be... just took the zip line there. He can reconvene with the rest of PE Sports. In fact, Traps holding the position. Not able to do too much if the Blue Zone keeps closing in. Todak waiting in the wings down below, but PE Sports are just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's more chances that PE Sports can survive this, but, well, Todak is also stacking up on the ground floor, and it's more of the shift of the next circle. Traps doesn't want to step in the open, uses zip line as well to get across. Now, the only question is, who's going to jump out? LBT will be taken down as well. Surprised by Noki, who was just hiding out on that wall. Now, Nolan has spotted him, but no chance of contention for the rest of Todak.
Yeah, Nolan missed the dismount too. They see fires, and Trap actually drops down. Nolan has a good chance. Lao Ho, great snipe. And now all hell breaks loose. Todak having to take this fight. Is 3 members of Todak in the building, and Nolan, massive swing. Todak responds, but too late. PE Sports running away with the round right now.
I mean, it was a patience game, but unfortunate for them, Todak just ran out of patience, and even as they are hiding out, PE Sports already had their position, and that's where they were thrown off. Now, 4-2, close to match point, close to end the game, and PE Sports, all smiles, energy is on them. I couldn't emphasize this enough. They had the advantage in this game.
One more round and PE Sports going to be in match point. That's going to put Todak on the ropes for sure. Ice grenade over the top. Instant split up, reposition with the Santino. We just saw that. Nolan right in the front. Sim and Noki. Firewall comes through. Noki having to use the second glue wall, causing backup from Trap. And then Oscar. Oh, Nolan! Great opener. Gets Vidal's down. Noki sprayed out by Nero. And Nolan's contribution might be worth it if Trap goes down. Nero drops onto the low ground as LBT takes care of fires. The boost on Nero. Not able to finish off Noki, but it's okay. Riptide Rhythm committed. And there they spring the trap. PE Sports now at match point.
I mean, Nero was just a distraction there, and here comes LBT just taking shots out of the blue. Even backstab against Faiz, he was not spotted. He was like ninja at that point. And he moved so much as well. Even for long range, they managed to beat one against Todak. So match point right now, it seems like in terms of score, it looks much worse compared to earlier for Todak.
Yeah, again, like this time, we said that Vidals needs to step up and he's been struggling the whole series. Traps also lost his touch. In fact, it's Fires that is holding the threads together for Todak. 6 eliminations. He's a whole lot more than that, and they're gonna run down Traps again. 3 members chasing this man. Nothing that he can do. They will to throw the kitchen sink at him. A second Ignis Wall now flies out. Flame Mirage barely track Fires onto the second floor. Vidal's able to ambush Lao Ho from behind, and LBT just found Fires. Around the corner, LBT secures the second elimination. And the end is nigh. PE Sports, they need 2 more and then they will win.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is it. Noki not recovering at all. Well, barely recovering, but Lao Ho has been taken down. Now Videls would be in the front line. Nolan's footsteps has been heard, but they don't want to rush. They have a M1014 from the hands of Videls, and they're just baiting them into the compound, probably as well.
Then they pull off another miracle. It lies in the hands of Noki and Videls. Another Oscar dash. LBT! Wow! What a shot from this man! And that's the booyah for PE Sports. They have done it. 2-1 over Todak. They are off to the winners bracket.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they will be in a 1-0 bracket after this game, after this day. And Todak, I mean, there's so much hope. But for 2 instances, even before the game started, we can read, we can see as well what PE Sports was planning. And they are just putting those plans into work. And they managed to not only get the win, but peel out from how close the gap is between them. If I'm not mistaken, it started off 6-5, then 6-3, and then 6-2 on this final round. Now, PE Sports surprising everyone right now, despite of the record as well as the prestige that Todak has been wearing in Clash Quad. But this is what we expect. Again, I want to be proven wrong, and PE Sports has done that.
Yeah. Again, we said if Todak, we wanted to put up a close fight. Round 1 was the closest, right? Really came down to the sudden death, came down to the wire. They won that round. They won that match. But unfortunately, at the end, PE Sports just a lot more composed and was able to really put up a master class, right? Even in the map, we saw the double sniper, and we were like, okay, this is definitely out of the ordinary. We prefer Todak's competition a bit more, but at the end of the day, PE still made it work. They were able to really utilize what the tools that they have.
I mean, that's what we keep telling, especially for those in Clash Squad, because you will need to not really adapt to what the skills is. It's the reverse. Whatever skills, whatever your strength is, that's where you use those active skills that matches your playstyle, and that is what PE Sports is doing. Compared to what we've seen, but earlier that like Todak tried to do the same, but there's only one approach for Todak. You pointed it out, Langa gameplay, just head straight on. And PE Sports says, all right, we've seen that in game number 1. Let's try something different game number 2. And that's where they got the first win. They try the same thing, and even Todak is not changing so much in their approach. So they were just being caught off guard. And, well, that's where PE Sports took advantage.
Yeah. Could have said it any better. At Match MVP this time, it's going to go to Nolan. 14 eliminations. Oh, get a load of this guy. Getting an ace at some point. I don't even know who got an ace, but what I do know is Nolan, the new kid on the block, new face of PE Sports, came into when he joined the team, there were obviously some questions. It's with all new players, but Nolan quickly rolls out the ranks, and this is a big statement.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Nolan, I know at some point there's some movie that Nolan is a villain, but at this point he's a hero. He is a hero of this story for PE Sports, and not only has he brought in elimination but also damage, only proving that he meant to do so. It's not a steal. on elimination. It's not stealing it away from his teammates. He did the work. He did the deed at this point. Even in the scoreboard, even in the KDs, it's showing that PE Sports is stronger at this point. Now, not sure how Todak can turn things around, because if they continue with the same approach, they would be caught off guard. And I know we talk about this, in their specific region, they are the champions. But once you go against different teams, different tactics, different strategy, then you will need to adjust. And I didn't see so much of adjustment, especially in that round number 3.
And look at this, Lao Ho and Nero, the assist numbers off the roof, 17 and 18. And in such a short round too, it really, really shows you how much involvement they have in assisting the teammates, right? We saw the double sniper composition, and this is the match summary. Of course, Bermuda went over to Todak 6-5, and then Kalahari and Nextera for PE Sports. First it was 6-3, and then they quickly ended it 6-2, becoming the 7th team to make it into the 1-0 bracket. So we only got one more slot in the 1-0 bracket and one more slot in the losers bracket. And so we're going to be coming up next, AG Global against GOW. Another great series that I think a lot of people in the chat are waiting for.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of people in chat has been waiting for AG Global, especially for Do, and this is where the question would remain: is a sniper? If a sniper pops off, would the rest of the team of AG Global win those games, or would it be what happened to Evo's Divine from the past, that they have fixed, or that they need to fix, or have they fixed that already? So that is one storyline for the next round, for next battle. But right now, I think we are setting up on interview for our winning team, and we're going to have Yunsu interview players from PE Sports as well. So looking forward to what questions he will be asking right now. So let's bring it over to Vietnam and hear what they have to say about this game. So Yunsul and PE Sports, take it away.
And booyah for PE Sports. Hello everyone, it's Yulsul here and welcome to the Vietnamese broadcast. And it is a very much victory for PE Sports today in our Clash Squad mode between the match versus Todak. Alright, hello LBT. Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả và chào mừng các bạn đã đến với chuyên mục phỏng vấn của Yusun cùng với tuyển thủ LBT đến từ PE Sports. Và chúng ta đã chiến thắng một cách ngoạn mục trước đội tuyển Todak đến từ Malaysia. Vậy thì hãy cùng Yusun phỏng vấn LBT đôi chút nhé. Alright, into our first questions. So your opponents today is Todak and they are the representatives from Malaysia, but they're like the only one. So what is your thoughts about them? Xin chào LBT, thì đến với câu hỏi đầu tiên là đối thủ của chúng ta ngày hôm nay là đại diện duy nhất của Malaysia chính là Todak. Thì không biết là nhận định của mình về Todak là như thế nào vậy ạ?
Dạ em cảm thấy Todak là đội tuyển mạnh nhất của Malaysia.
Mạnh nhất của Malaysia. Điều này thì có vẻ như là cả PE Sports cũng có lên bài phân tích về vấn đề này rồi mà đúng không?
Dạ đúng.
Nhưng mà ngoài mạnh ra thì LBT còn cảm thấy như thế nào nữa?
Em chỉ thấy là đội tuyển đó mạnh nhất Malay thôi chứ.
Mạnh nhất Malay. So for LBT, he said that for his perspective, he can see that Todak is the strongest team from Malaysia. And of course, like for PE Sport fan page, they already post, how do I say, an explanation about this match already. And they were talking about maybe Todak can win us because in this year, Todak has improved a lot, so that's why. But still, PE Sport is something that you can never know, and they got this victory. Into our second questions. Alright, then, so, as you guys can see in our first game, PE Sport got lost between Todak and they finally get it back and then they won here. So, I was wondering how was you guys doing there? Đến với câu hỏi thứ hai thì là tâm lý của PE Sport là như thế nào khi mà mình bị dẫn trước một game rồi sau đó là gỡ hòa rồi cuối cùng lại giành lấy chiến thắng vậy ạ?
Dạ em tâm lý tụi em là game đầu chỉ là tai nạn thôi ạ.
Tai nạn rồi sau đó là game 2 làm sao mà anh em mình có thể gọi là khôi phục lại tinh thần và thi đấu với nhau một cách tốt hơn.
Dạ làm mấy quả bài ban bích dị thôi chị ơi.
Ban bích dị này là đến từ anh Bi đúng không?
Dạ.
có từ ai không? Có từ em không?
Dạ, cả em và anh Nero ạ. Đội trưởng
Yeah,
của
vậy
em.
ta. Alright, so for the first game for LPT, it's just an accident, you guys. It's just an accident, and we didn't mean it. But for second games and for the third game, we used some kind of tricky fan picks, and the idea is come from our coach, P, and for LPT and Nero as well. Sounds like a good idea, and maybe I really understand how they can win the game back so strong. Into our third questions. So since this is your first time joining the Clash Squad mode, do you have anything you want to say to the viewers and your fans to calm them down and put my trust on them? Bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên khi eSports tham dự giải đấu chế độ tự chiến, thì không biết là LBT có lời nào muốn gửi đến các bạn khán giả và cũng như là fan hâm mộ của P eSports để cho mọi người yên tâm hơn về màn thi đấu của mình tại chế độ tự chiến không ạ?
Dạ, đây là lần đầu team tụi em bắn tự chiến á, nên là mong mọi người đừng có đặt nặng vấn đề quá, tại vì tụi em bắn tự chiến không có giỏi á.
Thi đấu mới được một trận nhưng mà kêu không có giỏi. Thi đấu mới được một trận nhưng mà kêu không có giỏi. Alright then, so into our last questions for LBT. This is our first time joining the Clash Squad mode, and we would like to say thank you to all of you so much for supporting us. But we still want to remind you, this is our first time joining the Clash Squad mode, so please be gentle with us. But we will promise you that we won't make you guys disappointed at all. Well, this is the end of our interview, and thank you so much for watching and for all of those you support for P eSports as well. Cảm ơn các bạn khán giả rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của Yusun cùng với LBT, và Yusun xin được chúc LBT với nhánh thắng tiếp theo của mình, các bạn sẽ có cho mình những phong độ thi đấu thật là bùng cháy hơn nữa nha. Fighting, không có tai nạn nữa nha. Thank you so much, and now let's have some rest and joining our next match between Gao Esports and AGAL.
First blood. Double. First blood. First blood. First blood. Double kill. First blood.
My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Welcome back, folks, to the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall season. It's Clash Squad time. One more best of 3 coming up to see which out of these two teams is going to lock in the final slot in the 1-0 winners bracket. You're here with us. My name is Husky alongside the gentleman Neptune. We have one more series, and this one is going to be another interesting one because we have AGAL up against God of Wolf, two titans from respective regions. And it's going to be quite about, maybe we'll go 3 games like we had just now between Toadang and PE Sports. All of this fueled by Red Bull, Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand. It contains Zinc, B3 and B6 Vitamin featuring a mild taste that helps players stay focused and seize every opportunity to get some stylish booyahs.
And hopefully the teams has the energy as well, because the last series of the day between these two teams, AGAL as well as GOW. But we know for a fact that AG Global has great contenders in the name of Do, but there's still a conversation of whether Do has, or the team itself has planned their tactics already, their position to support Do all throughout. Because most of the time, if Do performs, and the rest of the teams will follow suit. But for GOW, it seems like in terms of capacity, and we've seen that even in Battle Royale, they have better CQC capacity, and that translates to Clash Squad as well. So that is where that those questions will be answered, and this is if GOW can get 1 point or 1 up against AG Global.
Yeah, and I think it's very fair to say, I mean, according to a lot of duel fans, but just generally stats-wise, right? No one would blame you if you say that AJL is going to win this against GOW. I think GOW's peak was probably 2024 season 2023 or like spring 2020. Oh, it's probably fall 2024 or spring 2023, right? Because 2024 was like the Falcons era. So
yeah,
ever since then, GOW, they definitely have gone through some changes, and we've seen them, struggle. But even when they were at their best, it was only for a very short while compared to AGAL, who of course also went through some changes, right? We got a new member in the team to take Barros' spot. But if we talk about a team that has been at the top and has been beaten down many, many times, obviously AGAL is going to be that example that people talk about.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully those learning opportunities has been put into good use. Now, we are seeing the bans already. So AGAL starting off banning Steffi. And let's see what GOW has to offer right now in terms of ban. Now, I know that we talked about how the sniper was crucial in the previous game, which is PE Sports. But at this point, there's only... We're seeing only one potential sniper. So if GOW or Vietnam, to be exact, has a chance to bring in double sniper against Du at this point, then this is a chance for them to win this game. But they're not putting that in just yet. They're starting it off with Cassie and Zane, and then a response, we have Santino and Ignis. So up front, we have that Time Turner as well as the Flame Mirage and Santino. Pretty much this would be a Du pick. But for GOW, what would be the game changer here? Because I know they will be strong in the front line, but will their back line be stronger as well?
And that has been kind of an agreed upon statement where for AGAL, wherever Du is, he is going to be the guy that gets spotlighted, right? And again, we've seen this team, they've fallen like very far down the well in certain tournaments, but the recent EWC was actually the closest to glory, the closest to the return of glory of AGAL that we have seen in a long time, especially for Du.
Oh, yeah.
But they still ran into the same struggles where they couldn't close things out when it mattered the most, and I don't blame them, right? In the final round, it was RQ that wiped them out in a full-blown battle on Bermuda. But aside from that, there were a lot of other scenarios where people see if Du is not performing, the team doesn't perform. But it's also an effect of, we say AGL couldn't hold the front good enough because they had members who were not as experienced, and now they have new members, a new member to kind of take over Barros' spot. I wonder where has AGL kind of evolved to, right, for the fall season.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a preview of just that, apart from what we've seen in Battle Royale. But the pause, I would say, would change the pace of game for BR. For Clash Squad, looking at the active skill, so I was asking GOW about their backline, and it seems like the code and clue information would be used, Demon and Dion. So I love this because Demon, we've seen a sniper use a sniper rusher. Well, that's the title of Demon right now, but we've seen him just keep the distance as well. And he is, like most who's using the coda, gives out different approach in terms of the long range engagement. But with Clue in the mix, you would just spot everyone else. And we have a Cassie, we have a Zane combination that would be the frontliner that can throw off whatever AGAL has to offer right now. But as you can see, they have the Time Turner, they have the Tatsuya, so they can weave away or strengthen their defense in the front line. And then at midline would be covered by Ignis and then Duke on that Santino.
The one thing that definitely throws me off slightly is the fact that, Saifa is the one on the chrono and not the Tatsuya, because we know him for being the one that really gets in your face. So I wonder what's the arrangement behind that. And Chino is going to be on the Tatsuya because Saifa on chrono, so the role distribution is slightly different from what I initially imagined, but I can see the application of that, right? Saifa,
yeah.
he is already known back then, even when Barros was still around. Saifa and Barros is an indispensable duo. They are always together, varying degrees of success when they go for these fights, but whenever Du is down, the eyes turn to Saifa to be the one that helps the team get back up. And I think right now they have really established themselves as the main pillars of the team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm loving that Du is getting that much of support. So let's see if this is something that would also show up in Clash Squad where it really matters, because that support, not only like the oversight that's being given by Du, but also like the defense factor, not letting Du hang on solo, especially in the final battle. So with the Chrono and Tatsuya, with the Chrono itself, that would provide that helping hand for Du at this point. But it's all Fury right now, because if I'm not mistaken, AG Global hasn't played even a spring for the Clash Squad. I might be mistaken because I'm not seeing any record of them, or I just might have missed that. But GOW they have. And unfortunate for them, they have lost. But fortunate enough, losses is not technically lost. It's a learning experience. And GOW, because of that experience, they might be a little bit stronger this time around.
Yeah, hopefully, right? Because GOW is also has quite a sad backstory. Like in recent times, the competition, they were what 1-2 slots away from an EWC appearance in EWC 2024 that was taken by PE Sports, and then PE Sports weren't able to perform on their world stage, and then the entire region missed out this year in the Esports World Cup. So if anything, PE Sports have shown that they are doing pretty well in the fall season in BR. They just won against Todak. WAG also showed that they're doing well so far in Clash Squad and also Battle Royale. Now it's GOW's turn to step up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, GOW needs to show that they really are the god of Wolf, but it would take probably 2 or 3 rounds to see that, and it doesn't end right here. It's just the beginning of round 1 for Clash Squad mode, and plenty of days to see these teams play out. But here we go. The beginning of the end for this day, and it is now on in Nextera for both the teams.
Of course, we got one of the newest members on the side of AJL, Team SR. First debut on a competitive stage too, or at least a very new debut. So the experience does come into play and relies on the veterans to keep him in check. A couple of early tags onto Cypher. And Demon just pops him. Not seem to be aware of where Demon was. He needs to somehow salvage this. That reload could have costed him his life, but was able to get it back together. Dashes forward, finds the reset with the Rebel Rush. The Yan goes down, and Chino delivers in the opening round. GOW down to just Hans and Rip. Unfortunately for him, AG Global just has more members. Hans gets his dome shot. Rip wants to bring him back, but the rest of AGL are coming in, and unfortunately, Rip being prone there isn't doing him any good. This pistol round should go to AGL.
Exactly, and it seems like GOW would have this game handed against them. Now, Do just waiting for the opportunity, the blue closing in, and there's no way out. Even Rip with a shotgun, not so much can be done, and Do is just keeping his distance, taking a good view, and giving the signal as well to the rest of the teams. It's just a matter of time though, and they're just waiting. They don't want to risk anything, but it seems that AGAL already have this in the bag. Despite of the shift, if you pushes out, Rip will definitely be RIP.
Yeah, again, not taking any chances on prisoners. There we go. A guaranteed win. We knew that from the start. So not too big of a surprise there for the side of AG Global. Obviously, when you look back at this, there were certain moments where it felt like GOW could have had a better chance in turning it around. It's just not landing the shots. They did catch, AGAL sort of, sleeping at the wheel for a while, but was not able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. I mean, that area of the map where inaccuracy really needs to be on point. There's a lot of hiding spot. There's a lot of cover through those glass walls, but you saw the shots coming from Do. Like, he'd know for a fact if the ones on crouch moves, then a little bit of pixel shows up. But for GOW right now, they are first on the airdrop. So this advantage that they have, and you're seeing double revolvers as well coming from GOW. So this is great firepower, but not so much of distance compared to the AC-80 that Do has right now.
Oh, yeah. That's why AG, I think they can afford to play this slow too. Double revolvers on a couple of the players. Do, as always, masterfully trying to look for a location. Just missed one of the GOW members. Saifa with the sight in hand, not able to get any contact. Now brings out the double revolver. Good accuracy on that shot. Dian instantly goes down. GOW didn't stand a chance in that initial scuffle.
See, I mean, hands gunned down, left Demon and Rip. And Rip has been spotted. Do repositions and gets shot on Demon. Quickly repositions as well, but pretty much in the same spot. And there goes Cypher going down from the hands of Demon. Now, 2 needs to get close. Glue wall stops those shots, but not for long. Demon tries to reposition and still being gunned down from both sides. Demon G, will he be able to recover? I don't think he had enough of the meds though, but he still have a 1 on his hand. And, well, swarming from below would be AG Global, and, well, not so much of, similar to what we've seen earlier from Rip. Not so much that Demon can do to win this fight.
Oh, yeah. And, again, the blue zone is going to take him out regardless, so AG Global, quick second round.
Blood.
This one, pretty much, you know, preordained with how that round went down. GOW never really stood a chance with the initial shot that we saw from the double revolver. Because of utility usage, very patient and accurate from the side of AGAL. Just what Doctor ordered. Round 3 is where people will look to GOW to try and turn it around when they had experienced the first 2 rounds. The weapons on the side of AG Global are good, of course, but at least GOW gains access to some decent ones themselves.
Let's see, I mean, sticking together, smart move, airdrop priority, even smarter, but will they be able to maintain? Demon already cooking a nade. There goes the Flame Mirage, and Rip right now stands in front of Sypha, and there goes the Shred, but didn't put so much against Sypha's HP. But Rip and Hands, double team, tag team. Now Team NSR with a quick pickup, but will it pay dividends for them? Chinoy goes down. It's now another split being done by GOW, and only 2 remains. And this might be it. This is the trouble that do often experience if the front line falls down.
Yeah, and really can't do much to against a 1v4. We say if you win game number 3, the round number 3, sorry, you stop a snowball potential. And GOW did it in perfect fashion. Flawless round. Right when they need to do so to stop AGL from spiraling this round out of control. The best way to do it is to do it in a flawless manner with whatever weaponry you have, and then you regain control of the economy, and then you send AG spiraling.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have the weapon from the opponent that has been set, and then you have economy as well as the lead. And but the way I'm looking at it, it's more of how they can stack up on armor. And as you can see, it's all across the board. Level 3s, armor, helmets for GOW. So hopefully this will not go to waste, because it seems like AG Global will go in for a slower pace this time around. Especially they lost a lot of weaponries earlier. But for Sypha, he is still slowly creeping in. The glue wall will give them that information. Team SR will receive a little bit of damage.
Not enough to take him down, and that's good news. You can say the same for Demon. They both breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously, if you are GOW, you definitely have a better shot at this. Remember, it's back to full health. Can't say the same for AG Global, though. Team SR still needs a bit of help to work with. Hans getting clipped somehow. Survive for longer than he should, and that allows Dian to get a trade on the Chinoy. A 1-for-1. Sypha up the stairs, trying to look for Rip. Was able to slip into the shadows as the rest of GOW cleans up house. And now the burden shifts onto the Sypha, and it's too heavy this round. GOW equalized.
I love the distraction that's being done. Ring around Rosie, trying to get away, and GOW just managed to survive despite of the first blood being dealt. And with that distraction, the isolation that has been pulled by Dian right here is what's the game changer in this fight. And there you have it, Rip, Mini Uzi, headshot on that final bout, and this brings a point to GOW's side, as well as a good chance of recovery later on. So it's equalized right now, 2-on-2, and we still don't know who's going to get the win, because Hans and Rip already in the front line, who might be able to take down Sypha, but Team SR on AC-80, and we know Dude would be using the same weapon as well, but he's not putting so much of risk right here. Pulls away in the perfect timing, getting away from Rip and Hans, and this can pull GOW to a standstill, or probably even bait it out.
Oh yeah. Let's see. GOW is going to be sticking together. We have the chrono on Sypha still available. The time turner is there. AG Global being very patient with this. Right for GOW, they One information. Truly want to get something out of AG Global to fish them out. Cypher is not really budging, and that allows Chidoy to find an angle, take down Rip, and now Cypher springs into the action, barely sees the edge of the cloak, finally drops the dome, the Ignis Wall comes through as support from backline, and Cypher's sacrifice was worth it. And Team SR shows up on time, brings him back up, GOW down 3 men.
Yeah, and there you have it. The lead will be taken by AG Global, but also seeing Cypher right now. And the reason why he's always in the front line, because he does have that Shiru on him as passive skill, the damage delivered. So when he is hit, it forms an energy as well as it marks the attacker. So it gives information to Do, and that's where Do just, even Chinoy does the work from the long range. And I am loving this, a different approach and passive skill that's really working well with their playstyle.
Again, brilliant stuff from AGAL. Patience is a virtue, and that's something that they are demonstrating to us right now. In this round, let's see if they can continue that. Rip already lost a bit of his health bar. Cypher once more. Brazenly holding the front, and that's what the Chrono allows him to do. You hold these angles, and now with the support of the firewall, it's more than enough to take out Rip. The execution is pixel perfect. Hans stood no chance.
And this is what I'm talking about. A front line being this strong, stacked together, and them isolating GOW2-2. Like, it's more of what Do has done, but no, the slip up coming from Cypher. It's a good thing that Cypher is not out just yet and can be picked up. Now AG Global, 4-man strong, going against Dion with that VSK, but Do would be the ones dealing with him. There's no reason for the rest of the team to move, but well, Team SR just wants to bring that pressure outside of blue, but he will be the one who deals the final shot.
And AGAL now in a commanding position, 4-2, undoing whatever maneuver or chance of comeback that GOW was attempting. The past 2 rounds have been pretty clean. Again, it's just the execution. Nothing more than that. Maybe Graph Labs can change that in this multiple time. That if anything, Graph Labs is going to be that area that really shakes things up.
Yeah, I mean, it does shake my game up every time I jump in here, but let's see though. Team SR already in position outside to get shots, probably against Rip and Hans, but Dion would be pressured, and there goes the shot, still not going down. Cypher in the front line, and there goes the jump. Time Turner into space. Not quite sure how he will be saved by that Time Turner, but I'm pretty sure this is one of the plan to put pressure and isolate players from GOW. Only Hands remain, make that no one remains. And as quickly as that, they grab the 5th point.
Again, perfectly done from the side of AJL, really making it look like Chao's play. It's just the execution. The timing of how they execute these offenses, these rushes have been something that GOW have been struggling to deal with. Every single time it is AGL getting the drop on them, the attacks coming at unexpected timings, and the utility usage all in sync. GOW, they need to somehow stem this bleeding. Is match point for AGL.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Hans and Rip always isolated from the rest of the team. I understand the gameplay, but it doesn't work in most instances against what AGL is showing. But Cypher right now, Blue Wall missed that isolation, but they did manage to push them out. Demon receiving in damage, backstab onto Dion as well, and Cypher ends it with a mag 7. A follow-up, but Demon managed to get away. Even a drop would not save him, as Cypher is too aggressive, and this is what AGAL needs. They only need 1 point and only 2 players to deal with, but that has been backed into the corner.
This should be lights out for GOW as AGAL cleans it up. It's a quick 6-2 scoreline. Give AGL map 1 on Xterra.
They didn't even break a sweat. They didn't even break a sweat. I know there was a pressure in the beginning of the match because, like, pistol rounds doesn't it doesn't give you that much of firepower. The moment that they got that momentum, AGAL just brought it home. And well, that's just one game. Let's see if GOW can bring another one in here against AGL. And starts off with those skills, because I was looking at GOW once again. It seems like it's viable, but how the team is playing it for AGAL right now is it's more sustainability in the front line, and that's what they did. And it's also showing up in battle.
Yeah, I think again AGAL, they have a very good execution, right? That has been the name of the game in the entire round one. You see the timing when they use their utilities. It's always so on point that GOW couldn't react to it, right? We put the gunfight aside. It's just great chemistry from the teammates. And we say we want to see Team SR step up. We want to see him perform a bit more. And he definitely is, getting into the groove, right? He's getting comfortable with the team.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this carries on, not only in Clash Squad, but also in Battle Royale, because we are seeing it. We've seen that so much that even in BR, we're seeing AGAL just do wonders. If the team is on point, and not just if the team is on point, they can recover, and they manage to pull themselves up in the top 8, and that's the reason as well why they are part of this Clash Squad. But it's just a little bit too early. We're early on BR, we're even earlier on Clash Squad, because this is just round number 1. But Chino says, yeah, it's early, but I want to end it. So let's bring it on. Bringing in 9 elimination and 2857 in damage. Chinoy doesn't even show up that much on the screen, but he brings that number.
Yeah, it's just making, again, showing everyone out there, especially when he has a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder. Chinoy was able to really work hand in hand with Cypher, right? And then when he's needed to be independent, he's able to deliver that as well, which again makes the job of Dew a lot easier. Like, we saw a lot more space being created by for the superstar of AGL.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Even the chat is talking about this. If Dew has great support, well, I couldn't say support, but he can have great frontliners, then he will be opened up to do his thing. And well, there you have it. Team SR, even with a 10 assist, brings in so much in this fight. And most of the time we've seen Cypher just rushing in. Dew, not even. Only in the final battle, only if he's moving with the rest of the team. And he's also doing so. Compared to, well, similar to what we asked Rasia to do, Dew might be listening to us as well, because he's joining the rotation if it needs to. With the Santino as well, he can get in a reposition, deal initial damage, and then get back to a safer spot with that shape splitter. So I'm loving this version of AGAL.
Yeah, me too. I definitely am, seeing that potential, right? Like, things coming together for AGAL. It definitely is meeting some of my expectations coming in the Clash Squad. Obviously, there's definitely some more work that needed to be done, but this is a good start. Again, AGAL has been a team that has gone through a lot, the trials and tribulations, and I think they're still trying to find the perfect fit, and that's going to require some time, even with like newer players. But that round 1 display against GOW is going to be a big confidence booster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, a good starter for AGAL, not so good for GOW. So hopefully GOW can put things together and start off to prepare for Bermuda. So Bermuda would be our second map. There's a lot of places that would be more beneficial for, I would say, I'm still in that mindset where AGAL still depends on Dew. But after thinking and reviewing what happened earlier, seems like it's not the case anymore. But there you have it. We have picks already, and they want to disable Santino from Dew. And the same goes with Corona. So Oscar will be pulled out in here by GOW. The only question is what we will use. They can prioritize on Iris for Do, or probably something else, probably a Cassie that would make it work for them.
Yeah, I mean, I do the same too, right? Like, again, try to get rid of Do, make Do as uncomfortable as possible. And like usually we say you kind of like you shut down the front by and that's gonna disable Do because he doesn't get space to do his work. But at the same time, if you can shut him down, then it shifts the reliance to the rest of the teammate, which also is another way to put pressure on AJL and see what they have left on their sleeves. And that's why you see the Cassie Ignis being picked up, completely ignore a potential of a Tatsuya. So Tatsuya, Oscar, and Clue for GOW.
All right. I'm seeing aggression coming from GOW right now. Double rush and then information, but Koda and Steffi. So Clue has been removed from the side of AGAL, but they do have that Steffi to save them if in case things get heated in a close range battle. And we've seen them fail in well, not really fail, but almost failing in those standoff when only glue walls between them. But A124 being introduced as well. So this disables Cassie, even the Steffi, but what else can this bring in terms of firepower? They have the Rusher, I would know. So what I'm thinking of for GOW, they pop off the Thrill battle, and then simultaneously or in sequence, they can use that Rebel Rush and Valiant Dash after they found out the information, the position with that clue. So smart move. Hopefully they can use it in different ways as well.
Yeah, I think that definitely is one way to look at it, right? Because it looks like a draft that has a ton of potential to just do what AJL did in game 1, right? Once you spring the attack, you just completely overwhelm your opponents. But AJL, if they can kind of play how they did in game 1 and give that space over to Do, they can use the Ignis to achieve that. Right? Use the Ignis to really slow down the push of GOW if the A124 doesn't connect with the utility, and then AJL would get a lot of time to kind of plan their next move. So I think it's about being able to slow down GOW if you're AJL, and GOW just needs to find the right timing to strike before AJL can get ready.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think with GOW, especially with that ban, I think this is more of a pre-game plan. Because we've seen how well AJAL is now in the front line. And the first thing that they did is take out the Do or Santino away from Do. So it seems like they rewind before the game, and that's where they put in those bans and picks, which is not applicable anymore. We've seen the front line and mid line strong for the side of AGAL. So I don't think that banning of Santino does work against AGAL, and it might be just them taking it for their favor.
Yeah, I think that is also another way to look at it, right? Like, maybe they're trying to kill two birds with one stone. I definitely agree that Santino might not have changed much, but again, I feel like if you can put your enemies in a more uncomfortable position, it is still a win for them. And we have to see if GOW can bring this to a game 3. Like if they can make it closer compared to round 1, I think that's already a good sign for GOW in a matchup where a lot of people will probably have counted them out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they can give up the pistol round, like start off on round number 2, and then just use those skills, aggressive skills overall. And let's see though on how they're going to survive, because if I'm mistaken, we're heading into Bermuda, and again, I did mention that there's a lot of variables that comes into play in Bermuda compared to when we were playing in Nextera. So let's see. The teams are ready, and I guess we are ready as well. Would this be the final match, or it's just the beginning for an equalizer for GOW?
It's going to be important. Pistol rounds. It's going to give a team a chance to snowball. We saw how GOW stopped AJL in round 3 early on when AJL got things going. Even though it didn't pan out the way that GOW wanted, know that they have the capability to do so right off the bat. It's an early fight. Grenade in the hands of Team SR. It's gonna not let it go just yet. Not in a rush to do so. And I do agree. I think you can definitely hold back on some of that utility. It's GOW that's the one feeling nervous.
Yeah, I mean, they popped that thrill battle, but they didn't even move that quickly after they used that. So the time is already spent, and AGAL already recovered, and no engagement happening. Now still have more utilities for the side of AGAL, and Cypher would have been the first one to go down, but well, no consolation, no pickup as well for Chinoy. So I guess that's the timing that they were looking for. Not with the skill, but with the knockdown. And GOW might be winning. Looks like they were going to win this fight because not so much is being done by AGAL.
Good stuff on GOW. Again, patience is a virtue. You wait out AGAL, you find the right timing, and then you strike when the iron is hot. And that's, I believe, is an ace for the side of GOW. Strong opening. That is exactly what we want to see from GOW. Don't back down from these kind of fights.
Triple kill.
If you let AGL take control, especially Cypher, if you let him take control of the front line like he did in match 1, that's where problem begins.
Yeah, definitely. And the problem this time, and you were right, it was an ace from Rip 4 and that with the sight on him. So let's see though if there's something that AGAL can turn around. That drill battle, I'm quite sure if threw off the approach of AGAL, but I did mention earlier that they can give up the pistol round and then save up on round 2. And then later on, once everything is ready for them, then that's when they fire back. And the eagle coming from Cypher. But Cypher a little bit delayed. There goes a grenade. And the pickup has already been done. Now Cypher missing a shot on hands. But that's a target. He's not a target. It should have been ripped. But he went the other side. Now Do would be the first one going down for AGL.
And just nothing that can be done. We saw how winning pistol rounds can allow you to go for a snowball, and GOW taking advantage of that. Good stuff from GOW. Flawless, in fact. AGAL. Let's see if they can pull this back. If there's anything, if all these shots from GOW again, uncontested ones too. AGAL not able to formulate any kind of response.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like AGAL, especially in that final moment that we've seen earlier, they are still buying time, not thinking that the opponents like JOW has a rush build on them. So let's see now. There's the smoke, the airdrop is on, and Flame Mirage as well, but the pause from Chinoy and Team SR might cost them Cypher, but there you have it. There goes the rush, and Cypher would be stuck in between Hans and Rip. But Cypher is still alive with a full HP and P90 in hand. No one's moving on the other side. And Chinoy for the backstab! There you have it. Confirmation coming from Cypher, but Hans Rebel rushes onto the other side. And it's now 2 for 2 Trey.
And now down to a 1v1. It's Dian against Dew. And this is quite an intense one. Dew called to action with more health to work with. Dian trying to heal back up. Dew doesn't want to give him space. Cancels the heal from Dian. Now has to go for the pickup. Dian, can he spot it? Not able to shoot through the box, unfortunately. So it's going to be a win in AGAL's book. Team SR also now it's going to get retrieved. And Dian actually shoots down Dew. Now Cypher takes over. Has the health bar. And finally closes it out. Stops any potential snowball.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Do managed to do at that point is he does have like a long-range weapon on him, like a VSK on him, and he knows that he won't be able to deal in damage on Dian with the Pyrophile. So what do? Pick a player with potential on a short range and a high fire rate. And they managed to pick up that MP5 and, well, just let Cypher deal with it.
That's going to stabilize the economy just a little bit and stay at the game for AGAL. It was slightly closer, right? Compared to game 1, we can definitely see that GOW woke up a little bit, making life a bit harder for AGAL. Cypher right in the front again. The lack of Santino is definitely showing.
Yep, definitely. I mean, no no chance of repositioning, and that would be a tough. But at least Do has potential of finding out where the opponents is, so you won't be running towards them. But the one thing that would be difficult for you is you pop that Aurora Vision, and once it expires, we have the Rebel Rush as well as a Valiant Dash to reposition and go for backstab. But speaking of backstab, Do potential backstab against Demon, and there you have it! A shot from the ninja himself, and Do starts it off.
And that completely shatters the battle lines of GOW.
Double kill.
Rip now falls. A double kill for Do, and he's a one-man army. He's doing everything alone. Do sets this team up for success. This is going to be the equalizer for AGAL. Brilliant stuff from Do.
If you can do that, honestly, if you can do that without a Santino, go for a backstab, who needs it? Like, you deny us of a skill, but we have a different skill. Mechanical skill. And that is what Do is showing right now. Smarts, skills, and that's why he's bringing AJL to different height, because of that kind of gameplay.
Pretty insane that a sniper was allowed to do that. Of all roles, that's what makes it so much more impressive. Despite the equalizer here, GOW. Obviously not backs against the wall yet, but definitely feeling the heat now. Team SR throwing out the grenade. Here comes the Flame Mirage. It's going to cut off a bit of their line of sight. Unfortunately, Cypher gets blinded by the smoke grenade. Double smoke grenade, in fact. Rip getting hit by a grenade. The second one comes through. Cypher springs into the action. The glue wall turn around. His reaction way too fast for Demon and Rip to react. Straight up a double takedown for Cypher.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Cypher with that rush is deadly. Now, Team SR right now, level 2, level 3, MP5. And Cypher doesn't even expire. He gets picked up, and everyone is still having their weapon. And it's a 3-2 right now. I know it's slowed down after how GOW managed to win the fights, but 3 in a row, AG Global is winning these battles, and they're not slowing down. Do up close and personal, BSK doesn't matter. He knows what he needs to do to lead the team.
And that's what you need. That's what you need in your star player. If he's having a hot day, you're going to have a good time. And if he's not, you're able to lift him up. Or at least he can try and lift his teammates up to back him. Now with AGAL in control of the lead, there's 3 rounds in a row that GOW has let slipped away from them. Bit of a fire wall, 2 of them in fact, and Rip just caught completely unaware and unable to react.
Quite surprising. I mean, Chinoy does have a Cassie, and he's the one rushing in. And it's quite surprising as well. But if he has an extra boost, extra health, then who's stopping you? Cypher now, just spraying, no praying, and goes in for another hit. AGAL on their 4th right now. And no doubt, they're repeating what happened earlier. In terms of the score, and AG Global don't seem like they're slowing down.
No, not at all. And that's the scary thing. AGL, once they get going, there's no telling what can stop them. And definitely not this case. I don't see any way for GOW to stop them unless they come up with a good plan, because this composition that they had, the idea was good, but they haven't been able to really utilize it in the big gun rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are using the thrill battle, but the timing is wrong, or it's being thrown off by AG Global. Now, 2-2 right now. Rip a little bit in too deep, and that slash coming from AG Global. Cypher. There you have it. Who needs a weapon if you have a sight? And AG Global wants to end it with all their might. And there goes a spray. GOW ended. Well, quickly from what we've seen earlier.
That is just brutal. Match 1 ended, what, 4-2? So 6-2?
6-2?
Seems like that is going to be the same again. I hate to say it, but it is definitely not looking good if you are GOW.
Yeah, and even the weapon composition, it requires GOW to get close. Only DN has a long range, so he's getting information, probably initial damage, but we are seeing AG Global or AGAL right now in different light because they can deal with mid-range and they don't have to get close as well. So especially with Du having that information and those information being denied with triple off those Flame Mirage. Now, Cypher, well, not too deep, but in perfect position to go for that trap. And will they be able to spring in against Rip? He has been spotted, but they don't want to risk it. They don't want to fall for that bait. And Demon right now is already peeking in. And Chinoy goes down from the MP or M590 of Demon. DMSR also has the same weapon, but not really rushing it.
Yeah. This could be the end of them, because GOW are already down in numbers. It's Demon and Rip left. 2v3. AGAL basically have full control of the game at this point.
Double kill.
And they certainly have done so. A booyah for AGAL. And off to the 1-0 bracket they go.
Yeah, I mean, no waiting. They might have been left in here in the final match, but they don't want to wait any longer. They want to extend it even more. And we've seen that. A slowdown in the pistol round, even in round number 2, but we're seeing that momentum being built slowly and surely by AG Global. Cypher, Du, Chinoy, Team SR. I'm loving this composition. And hopefully, once again, we always ask this for if AG Global's involved. If this is what they can do in a CQC and a Clash Squad, hopefully they can carry these over on Battle Royale more often than not.
Yeah, it definitely restores faith, right? It proves to you that AGL, they have it. They have what it takes to win these gunfights. But it's in a Clash Squad environment, right? And then you bring it to Battle Royale. Obviously, more is going to be demanded of them, right? In these decision makings or whatnot. But at least we know that in times of need, AGAL in these quick, snappy fights, they have it. They have what it takes to win them. Now to translate them into a longer format, well, Battle Royale.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there you have it. We have Cypher, MVP, 10 elimination, and 3,124. Well, it looks like A124 that we have it here at the skill, but it's just Cypher being that guy who leads the team. Not only Du is leading the team, but he is also being in the front line, damage dealer, even receiving a lot of damage just so that they will be an opening for the rest of AGAL, especially for Du. So Cypher, not really playing it safe, but he would be the guy that is unraveling, resolving the puzzle, and deciphering what AGAL needs to get those booyah.
The great stuff from AGAL. This was the outcome that I think most of us expected. They're gonna win against GOW, and we were looking to see how much GOW can do against AGAL. And I think the answer is pretty conclusive that AGAL is still quite ahead of GOW in these gunfights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would love to see them evolve even more, especially the next level, the next bracket that we will see. But as we look, it is 2-0 right now. They ended it quite fast. Both of them on a 6-2, not giving any headway, not giving any leeway for GOW to move. And this is what we love to see. I mean, complete dominance, and it also shows that those on the 1-0 bracket that will be shown in the following week of Clash Squad would be going against stronger teams. And unless they've hidden some of those tactics, especially in how quick they dealt with their opponents, then there's more that we can see from the teams by next week.
Yeah, and things are only going to get heated up because, sure, I mean, Clash Squad ends, but Battle Royale continues, right? And you gotta wonder, you know, these teams, they're done with Clash Squad, they're gonna go into Battle Royale. Some of them are gonna have a big morale boost, and some of them will be left trying to plan for the next stage of the Swiss round. And I think in the 0-1 bracket, they've just lost 1 out of 3 lives.
Yeah, I mean it's tough though. It's tough because it has been mentioned in the interview earlier that some of the teams are more focused on Battle Royale. Well, not only because the prize pool is bigger, but it's because that's where everything relies on. But now that CS is also slowly becoming bigger, and we've talked about this earlier, that there might be competition on its own when it comes to Clash Squad, then it splits up their mentality. So hopefully they can do that, automatically switch week after week, because for some of the teams or some players or some individual, it's tough. Like going in Battle Royale, going into Clash Squad, it's tough to make things work, and adaptation, and it changes your pace as well as a player.
Yeah, because you have limited resources, you have to start managing economy. It's definitely a different ball game compared to Battle Royale, where takedowns just grant you kind of a snowball effect. But at the end of the day, it is all about kind of that extra prize pool, right? The extra incentive that these players are going to get from Clash Squad. Again, I say I don't mind down the road this becomes a standalone thing, right? We get a more packed calendar, but then we get to see more Free Fire action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it gives more avenue for those who favors Clash Squad more, and I'm seeing a lot of that as well in the game whilst I'm playing. I mean, in Battle Royale, wait time is much longer. In Clash Squad, it's just easy because you only have to wait for 8 players or 7 players taking you out, taking you out of the number of the count. But again, it's a good way as well to give what Free Fire has to offer. And even on the Ninja Clash, the show match that we have, we've also featured the Lone Wolf.
The Lone Wolf.
So that's another mode. Yeah, that's another mode that can give a different approach, probably an addition to what Clash Squad has to offer. But that's something in the future. I don't know. It's just assumption. I want to experience. We just want to experience more of Free Fire in these tournaments.
I mean, the possibilities are endless, right? We had one of the best collabs up to this point, and then we had, we introduced Clash Squad into the region of Brazil, and then again, more is going to keep coming. I don't think we'll ever run out of ideas, and that means we'll never run out of new things for Free Fire to explore. I mean, the teams keep getting better. We got more regions. I mean, this year at EWC was a very great example of how smaller regions are also stepping up. We got the Sri Lankan, the Indian region also. We reintroduced Free Fire Max there. So again, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Free Fire is getting bigger already. But before we go there, we do have an interview. I believe it would be Morphin who's going to give us ad as well as AG Global. So let's bring it over to Thailand and listen to what they have to say.
Hello again, survivors. Welcome to the interview section with Morphin, and this is a Thai broadcast. So now we are here with All Gamers Global, and this is Deal and Sci-Fi. สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ Alright, let's go to the first question. So this is the first time for AG to play in the Clash Squad. So how do you feel about this? And have to admit that you did such a great performance over there. รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะเพราะว่านี่คือครั้งแรกของ AG ที่ได้มาแข่งในโหมด Clash Squad แล้วก็ทำออกมาได้ดีมากๆเลย
ก็ตื่นเต้นแล้วก็สนุกดีครับ
So he was so exciting about Clash Squad, and yeah, that match is really fun. So let's go to the second question. Deal, that time you were the one who crushed in and quietly crushed over there, and then you eliminated one of GOW. That time, how do you decide to go in? Did you know that he is over there? ตอนนั้นเนี่ยดิวแอบคลานเข้าไปแอบย่องเข้าไปเลยเหมือนสปายเลยเข้าไปแล้วก็ไปอิลิมมาได้1คนตอนนั้นน็อกดาวน์มาได้1คนตอนนั้นเรารู้แม้ว่าเขาอยู่ตรงนั้นหรือว่าแบบเราตัดสินใจอะไรยังไงคะ
รู้ครับเพราะว่าเห็นซ้ายไป2แล้วก็กลาง1ครับแล้วก็เอาง่ายเกมนั้นเห็นจุดทุกตัวครับแล้วก็สายฟ้าบอกว่าให้ไปเล่นตัวขวาครับผมก็เลยนั่งย่องไปครับเพราะว่าถ้าเดินเนี่ยมันได้ยินเสียง
So that time, do you already know the information? Is like on the left they have two, on the middle they got one. So of course, on the right there must be someone over there, and Saifa is the one who like. Can you play for me first? And yeah, that's the result. So let's go to the next question. So now you already won the match, and about next match, which team do you want to play against? อยากรู้ว่ามีทีมไหนที่อยากจะเจอไหมคะ
อยากเจออีโวครับอยากเจออาบักเป็นพิเศษครับ
So he want to play against Evor's Divide because he want to play against with Abak. So let's see that they gonna face with them. And the last question, do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตาม AG นะครับอยากเข้ารอบชิงครับ C4 ครับผม
อะไรนะคะ
อยากเข้ารอบชิง C4 ครับแล้วก็ฝากแฟนๆขับให้กำลังใจนะครับ
So he want to go to the final round, so please support me for the fans. Thank you so much. And this is the end of the interview session. Thank you for watching us and see you tomorrow. But before that, let's get back to our caster.
Thank you very much to AGAL, Dew, Saifa, and of course, lovely host Morphin. We heard it from the man, right? Like Dew is like, sometimes I just want to chill. I just want to take a back seat. You can't expect me to do the heavy lifting every single time. But we also know now who they're looking forward to. Evo's Divine, because they want to play against Abax, I believe, but so far we haven't seen that guy on the battlefield. And I thought it was about EWC, where AJL got 2 booyahs and still couldn't win the trophy. Either way, they are both in the same 1-0 bracket, so that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's something that to see the strongest, especially after round number 1. But we do expect that a few teams will emerge, even in the lower bracket. So we are going to have a review of the Swiss stage right now. And you know how it is. Like, those teams that is heading into that 1-0 bracket, their opponents are now set. And we're seeing in the first set, we have Evo's Divine going against AG Global. So they ended this day and now starting the next day. Virtus Pro go against Burim United, PE Sports, Falcons, WAG against Kagendra. And then the following day, RQ, Bigatron, Flash against Pharaoh, Heavy against GOW, and Onyx Olympus against Todak.
This is going to be so interesting. Onyx Olympus against Todak is a matchup that I definitely want to see. But the fact that Bigatron has to face up against RQ, that is one unexpected one. Especially considering how RQ were touted to win against Kagendra, but not winning. We also got the Vietnam Derby, GOW against Heavy. But in the winners bracket, Virtus Pro against BRU, that one is going to be very exciting.
Definitely exciting. And one thing I'm seeing is RQ will be going against 2 Indonesian team, but on the 0-1 bracket, and the same goes with Virtus Pro. So after Pharaoh, they are going against Burim United. So I know this this is randomized, I would say, and we have no control on who they are going against apart from the 1-0. But I'm loving the storyline right now because some have idea on how the other teams play, and some will just rely on this day's broadcast or yesterday and today's broadcast as well as the past. But most of the time, the previous season doesn't put so much already. Meta change, team composition change, even the movements are quite different this time around.
Oh yeah, and I think that's why it's so interesting, right? Like we call this the Indonesian meta, but who knows? Maybe it's going to change again because there's so many things to look forward to. I think going into the rest of the league and even towards the global series at the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that is it, Husky. We just ended our Clash Squad. We're going to have Battle Royale in the future. So see you again next time. I'm Neptune and this is Husky, and goodbye.
Blood. Double kill. First blood.